live streaming in this session. We and the second one in 2022, the theme of that colloquium was moving the conversation forward, multilingualism in higher education, harnessing the resources. The timing of that particular one, as you would recall, ladies and gentlemen, that is when we were supposed as higher education institutions to be implementing our language policies. You remember that in 2020, our Honorable Minister Oblate Nzimande did approve the law, or that was when it was promulgated, the new language policy framework for public higher education institutions in South Africa. That was in October 2022. So the timing was perfect for it. So it was promulgated in 2020 for implementation in 2022. But the big question is, are we as higher education institutions doing something? Are we moving? Is there progress that has been made thus far? Because in 2020, it was promulgated, and all higher education institutions, be it public, all the public higher education institutions, be it being a UOT, University of Technology, or being a traditional university, have we moved? How far have we moved? So that leads us now to today's event, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event then, the theme for today is the intersection between policy and practice, sharing best practice in implementing the new language policy framework. And over and above that, we also do want to check, to do monitoring and evaluation. How are we as universities progressing or doing things in that regard? So that is why the program, it is highlighted like that. And then the identified partners who will be then assisting us. It's the language experts that are sitting here in our midst. That is an annoying noise. I hope that the technicians will assist us in that regard. There is the senior university representatives, the DVCs, obviously it's the Vice-Chancellor, and I wish to acknowledge all of them, the Vice-Chancellors, and particularly the one in absentia from UKZN, who is the host, but Professor Unhlanhla Mkhize is standing in for him. And also the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Department of Science and Innovation, Department of Basic Education, National Language Services, and I know I should have actually then acknowledged my partner, my Vogue partner, Ulisa Combring is in our midst standing in for the acting DG because it's not available, but I do acknowledge that. I've already acknowledged PENSAP, and I've already acknowledged the SADILA, and the outcomes of today, ladies and gentlemen, you will then have to hold us accountable if we do not keep up to this, because this colloquium, this Vice-Chancellor's colloquium, we need to have the outcome and say by the end of this colloquium, we need to have achieved these two main things, and the Vice-Chancellors will hold us accountable to that. And we are depending on you, ladies and gentlemen, if I may use the word, to hold us accountable. But you know what? On day one, this is what you said you will achieve. But when we leave here, because it's 5 and 6, and tomorrow, by the time we finish tomorrow, we ought to have done that. And so you will have to appreciate the advances that the institutions are making towards implementing or aligning their university language policies with the new language policy framework. Remember, I indicated earlier on the one that was promulgated in 2020 for implementation in 2022. But we are in 2023. How far have we progressed? And also then the second outcome is collectively sitting jointly here. We need to develop a model for monitoring and evaluating the implementation of this new language policy framework. You know, colleagues, as a person who's an interpreter, who's a lecturer, I can speak until the cows come back home. I get paid to talk. So let me do my job as the program director, and then not say much, because you can't say much if you are not officially welcomed. I welcomed myself because I indicated that I was a student in this university, and also I was the lecturer. And also, by the way, I was a union person in this university. We used to sit in this room and doi. I won't say what we did when we were here, but that is, I hope that I'm being forgiving, Professor Mkhize, for all the things that I'm saying here as the person who was here. And we have apologies from the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nana Opoku, and I've already apologized for him. And standing in for him is Professor Unhlanhla Mkhize. When the person is so approachable and humble, you even forget to do all the other credentials and do that. But what I will do so that I do justice, ngukhavazela kamavovo. You know, ngesizulu masikuthopa ngisuke sengiqedile. Angisadingi ukuthi ngilo ngifunda phansi. IsiZulu asitolikwa sekwaZulu. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you Professor Unhlanhla Mkhize, who is the DVC and head of College of Humanities. He is the former head of School of Psychology. Hey, we must be careful here. The psychologists also analyze with the language people how we behave. The former dean of former school and the psychology, applied human science at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And he teaches modules on African psychology and ethics with reference to African philosophical underpinnings to ethics, and also touching on the interns between culture, health, and illness. He has been invited to give keynote addresses nationally and internationally on the subject of indigenous knowledge systems, morality, ethics, and so. He has published journals, articles on book chapters and cultural aspects of counseling, career counseling, African psychology, and ethics. He was a member of the International African Reference Group that participated in the revision of the International Code of Ethics for occupational therapies. And of late, he has been interested in language and instruction and has been involved in isiZulu terminology development and translation for psychology and other social sciences. And I can vouch to that. As a translator, we have worked with him. He has humbled himself to work with us as translators and interpreters. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues, please will join me in welcoming Professor Ukhabazela Unhlanhla Mkhize to the podium.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Professor Loli Makubu Badenos, a former colleague of ours here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The Chief Executive Officer of USAF, Dr. Matutu, all the Vice-Chancellors who are present here. I've been advised that we have Prof. Krausch amongst us, who is the Vice-Chancellor of Sol Plaatje University, but I also extend a warm welcome to all the Vice-Chancellors who are here, whom I may not have recognized at this point in time. The Chief Executive Officer, PANSAP, Mr. Lance Schultz, all the Deputy Vice-Chancellors who are present from all the institutions, ours as well as external institutions, the deans who are present from the various universities, the representatives from the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADILA, I've seen some of them, a very warm welcome. All the language practitioners and specialists, we welcome you. Corporate members who are here, a very warm welcome. Representatives from the Student Representative Council, our students, our future leaders who are going to be taking this baton and soldering on with it, we welcome you in a very special way. All the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Nana Poku, it is my singular honor to welcome you to the third Vice-Chancellor's Colloquium, which is being convened under the theme, Policy and Practice, Best Practices on the Implementation of Language Policy in Higher Education, Monitoring and Evaluation. As the theme states, this colloquium represents a logical continuation of the previous two colloquia. The first colloquium, conducted virtually from 28 to 29 September 2021, aimed to establish a shared understanding of the new language policy framework for public higher education institutions and explores strategies for its implementation. The second colloquium in 2022, themed Taking the Conversation Forward, explored the essential factors for the successful sector-wide implementation of the language policy framework, including methods to secure the necessary resources for full implementation. In this third colloquium, we aim to exchange best practices and discuss the challenges encountered while implementing the language policy framework at our respective institutions. We are confident that this colloquium will advance our efforts towards multilingualism and the intellectualization of our indigenous languages. As UKZN, we take pride in hosting this significant event and eagerly anticipate the valuable discussions, insights, and presentations unfolding over the next 2 days. It is of great significance that this colloquium is taking place at UKZN, a university that has championed multilingualism. This year, we became the first university to translate its main website fully into isiZulu. We welcome you to peruse the website. At UKZN, we take immense pride in this accomplishment and our continuous efforts to promote multilingualism. In 2014, we became the first university to introduce isiZulu proficiency as a module in all undergraduate degree programs, making bilingualism a compulsory requirement for our undergraduates. This year marks the 16th anniversary of our adoption of the language policy at UKZN, through which we are promoting and facilitating the use of isiZulu as a language of learning, communication, instruction, and administration. We have recently completed a review of this policy with the new dispensation emphasizing the full intellectualization of isiZulu. Our goal is to elevate isiZulu to the status of a language of research and innovation with renewed dedication and vigor. For years, we have strongly advocated for the intellectualization of the indigenous languages. We have consistently maintained the perspective that labeling our indigenous languages as unsuitable for advanced thinking and research is a misconception that needs to be dispelled. The notion is far from the reality we aim to establish. We must strive for the full intellectualization of all our languages to debunk this misconception and genuinely appreciate the rich potential of our indigenous languages in higher education. Our experience has taught us that indigenous languages possess the necessary depth and richness to excel as languages of learning. It is becoming more and more evident as we implement our language policy that working with other institutions is crucial to the advancement and promotion of our indigenous languages. Collaborations of this nature have the potential to enhance the advancement of indigenous languages as academic languages by utilizing the combined skills, expertise, and resources of participating institutions. This is a journey that no one can walk alone. This includes, among other things, fostering research, collaborations, and developing terminology for various disciplines. The language policy on higher education states that the challenge facing higher education is ensuring the simultaneous development of a multilingual environment in which all our languages are developed as academic or scientific languages, while at the same time ensuring that the existing languages of instruction do not serve as a barrier to access and success. The Census 2022 reveals that while English is the lingua franca at our institutions, only 8.7%, comprising approximately 5.39 million of South Africa's 62 million population, use it as their primary form of communication. This statistic urges us to ensure that we promote multilingualism. All endeavors to realize multilingualism should be perceived within the broader context of our ongoing nation-building efforts, which occasionally face challenges due to diverse factors. The University of KwaZulu-Natal firmly believes that adopting multilingualism within the higher education sector will be critical in promoting transformation, nation building, accessibility, inclusivity, and social cohesion. We firmly believe also that we should be reaching out to the larger African continent and begin teaching some of the major languages of the African continent. To this effect, I'm also pleased to announce that at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we started the teaching of Kiswahili, mainly for the purposes of nation building, which is Kiswahili, one of the largest languages spoken on the African continent, and is also the language of the African Union. And I'm pleased that some of the practitioners who were available to spearhead those developments are here, because unless we can reach out to the African continent and develop an African lingua franca that we can use beyond the use of African languages, I am of the belief that our efforts will be futile for the purposes of total mental emancipation. Ladies and gentlemen, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence here today, as it vividly reflects our shared dedication to fostering multilingualism within the higher education sector. With those words, I welcome you to this colloquium. Ngiyanamukela ngomoya omuhle kulo leli lovemvane lukaphunga nomageba uvemvane mabala zimbadu engibathe ngiyalithinta lohaqabali. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Kabazela, Professor Mkhize, for welcoming us. Sesingakhumula icathulo-ke manje. Ngibheka uDr. Zulu ukuthi ayikhulumula yini icathulo la engakhona. She will understand what I'm talking about. We can now be free. And thank you for sharing all the milestones that UKZN have done in advancing the language policy related matters. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let me not spoil those words of welcome. So sesikhululekile, we are free, and we mustn't be too free and take off our shoes. Only Dr. Zulu can, but because some of us, our feet, we do not have powders to do something with our feet. So we don't want anybody to collapse in that regard. Siyabonga kakhulu Kabazela. We now feel welcome. We can do whatever we want, except certain things. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite Professor Onobuhle Hlongwa, who is employed here by the University of KwaZulu-Natal full-time as the Dean and Head of School of College of Humanities. And also she is the chairperson of the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning in African Languages under USAF. If you wish to read further about her in the interest of time, please, you can go on page 10 of the program. And the program, you can just, scan the QR code. We are paperless. Professor Hlongwa, please join us and give us the background and the outcome. Ladies, Ihlombe phela bakwethu.
Sanibonani, ninjani? Sesikhululekile-ke uKhabazela sesamukele, sesingamkhuluma noPhunga noMageba ngithi. Ladies and gentlemen, ngicela ukubingelela ngokukhulu ukuzithoba, ngicela ukubingelela first to the CEO of USAF, Dr. Matutu. Let me also extend warm greetings to Professor Crouch, who is the Vice-Chancellor of Colloquium University and also the Chairperson of TLSG, the other Vice-Chancellors who are here or who are here online, all the Deputy Vice-Chancellors who are here, Prof. CB who is here, and all the other Deputy Vice-Chancellors that I may not have recognized, but like I do recognize some from the other universities. We recognize all of you. To all the members of the executive management from the different universities, I do recognize my Executive Director of Corporate Relations, Ms. Nomazondo, Penn South CEO, Baba Sebong. I recognize you. From Sadila, all the representatives from Sadila, Umtungwa, Nethemba lakho baba, siyabingelela. To all the deans and heads of schools from the various universities, colleagues, I recognize all of you. To all our language practitioners, all our members of COPAL, I recognize all of you, and to the future leaders, to the student leadership, siyabingelela. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and more importantly, awu kumqondisi wohlelo. Ngingayini ngingambingelelanga umqondisi wohlelo. Angangihlalisa phansi, angihlawulisi. Siyabingelela-ke kumqondisi wohlelo. My one is a very short one, colleagues, is to give you the background to this colloquium, and also maybe some of the expected outcomes when we finished by the end of day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take you back to the revised language policy framework in higher education, 2020. This language policy framework for higher education 2020 plays a crucial role in promoting linguistic diversity, inclusivity, and equitable access to education. South Africa is known for its rich linguistic diversity and its unique historical context. Language policy in higher education is instrumental in fostering access and success and enable social cohesion and social justice in higher education. It creates an enabling environment for meaningful social transformation. The South African language policy in higher education has undergone significant transformation over the years since 2002. So this reflects the commitment to multilingualism and recognizing the importance of indigenous South African languages. However, the successful implementation of the language policy in higher education requires more than mere existence of policy document. In truth, meaningful implementation of the policy requires a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation approach that addresses the policy, that addresses the intersection rather between policy and practice. This interface ensures that the stipulations of the policy are effectively translated into meaningful actions and tangible outcomes. Monitoring and evaluation play a pivotal role in assessing the progress, the effectiveness, and the impact of language policy in higher education. It provides a framework for systematically collecting, analyzing, and utilizing data to inform decision-making, improve performance, and enhance accountability, because at the end of the day, our student matters. Furthermore, by examining the implementation of language policy in higher education, monitoring and evaluation can shed more light on the challenges, successes, and best practices in aligning the policy goals with practical realities. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this colloquium aims to bring together the policymakers, as we are all here, all the language practitioners, the researchers, and other stakeholders involved in the implementation of language policy in higher education. It provides a framework for sharing experiences, insights, and best practices in effectively aligning policy and practice and promoting linguistic diversity, as I've just mentioned now. So, in keeping with the theme then of the colloquium, which is policy and practice, best practices on the implementation of language policy in higher education, with a special focus on monitoring and evaluation. Our speakers will share institutional perspectives, insights, thus suggesting measures proven effective in aligning practice with the prescripts of the policy framework. We do hope that we will hear more of some innovative resource mobilization mechanisms, learn more about how universities can support sign language interpretation services, and hear how institutions can develop capacity for the successful implementation of the language policies. Furthermore, more importantly, from SADILA, we will be hearing the findings of the National Public Universities Language Resource Audit later during the day, if not tomorrow. So we look forward to hear the audit. So our focus for this colloquium will be on best practices and progress that has been made by our different universities, the funding and resource sharing models, the models for capacity development. We'll be hearing more about the experience of the Bakonte project. There will be a session that will be shared by Prof. Motinyane. So we'll be hearing about that project and what is transpiring there as the project is coming to an end. So since the first colloquium in September 2021, university executive leaders have gained a deeper understanding of the philosophical underpinnings of the language policy framework for public higher education institutions. So they have explored the resources needed to implement the policy and now forge ahead to consolidate their plans to give expression to this framework. So the multilingualism agenda is being spearheaded by COPOL and is endorsed by USAF Teaching and Learning Strategy Group under the leadership of Professor Crouch. USAF is committed to supporting the multilingualism approach to teaching, to learning, to research, and also engagement as part and parcel of transforming university cultures and shifting to student-centeredness to enhance student success, social cohesion, and social justice. In terms of the outcomes, participants will appreciate the advances that institutions are making towards implementing the new language policy framework. Collectively develop a model for monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the new language policy framework in all higher education institutions. And as I'm about to sit down, I will wish you well, colleagues, in all the deliberations in the next 2 days as we are consolidating, planning towards integrating African languages in the core functions and in the administration of our universities. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Mphathi ohle.
Siyabonga kakhulu Solwazi for the background and the purpose. Ukuthi kungani sila hubani ngireli mo re kopanimo. Next, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, is Sikhulumi Sethu Esiqavile. I know that with the other languages, there's no Q. My husband battles to pronounce the Q. I'm trying, I think I'm failing as an educator. I've been teaching isiZulu to other people and how to pronounce the Qs, but I'm still failing. Ubaba uBarenost, makufanele athi xa, he still needs to drink water. So the way the Isikhulumi Sethu Esiqavile, Professor Makalele, uyisikhulumi esiqavile, isikhulumi sethu sosuku. I don't know whether you can pronounce that one. Kare haumsotho, basotho akere ba se ba sinkankang. Empa wena haumsotho, jwale ha ke se bo ro tla gona na ho betsa. Without any further ado, ere ke amohele ka molao. Professor Makalela is a full professor and founding director of the Hub for Multilingual Education and Literacies. If you want to follow me, colleagues, you can find him on page 7. That's where I'm reading. He obtained his PhD from Michigan State University with combined specializations in linguistics, literacy, and education. He is a distinguished visiting professor at City University, New York. His research areas include translanguaging, multilingual education, and literacies. He is a rated researcher and holds an NRF Saatchi Chair on advocating African languages for social inclusion and access. He pioneered a globally acclaimed theoretical model, I quote, Ubuntu translanguaging, end of quote, and its pedagogical equivalent. Ubuntu translanguaging pedagogy to normalize simultaneous learning and teaching in more than one language in complex multilingual education systems. His academic citizenship includes founding a non-profit organization for community-based literary innovation, Balang Foundation, and serving as a member of Umalusi Council's Executive Committee, the National Reading Coalition Research Convener, and the Old Mutual Foundation Trustee. His highly influential book is Shifting Lenses, Multilanguaging, Decolonization, and Education in the Global South. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, please join me in welcoming our keynote address, Professor Mapalele.
Okay. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Tovela, Ralocha, Machironi, Absheni, Molweni, Kuyamore. Good morning. Acknowledging, recognizing the UKZN for this amazing hosting, Professor Mkinze, for your hosting different government departments, Sadrila, Yusuf, CEO, Pensalp CEO, Professor Crouch, my former DVC, the deans here, my colleagues, partners and comrades in this language endeavors and for sustainable development. While I'm waiting on the, okay, it's finally here. I wanted to start with the preface that what a moment to be alive and to witness what is happening within our African spaces, where if I wanted to share with you, the Department of Basic Education has taken a strategic decision to normalize or institutionalize using more than one language simultaneously in the classrooms, to decriminalize the teachers that have been struggling for so many years. And they do have got a plan, which is from 2025, there is a systemic shift that eventually African languages would be used as languages of learning and teaching beyond grade 3. And it's quite an exciting moment as well that the DHET, thank you, has put together seed funding for universities to truly move from the rhetoric to real-time implementation. And let me see, go back. Okay. It is quite a privilege and an honor, and the title of my talk is Moving Beyond Rhetoric to Implementation. We realize the vision of multilingualism in South African universities. Part of the challenge, we have been in the rhetoric, we have been speaking and talking, and policies shifting and changing, but the implementation has not been moving at the speed that one would have loved to see. What I'm not talking about in this presentation is about the cost, because I have a view that the conversations around costs are always becoming one-sided, biased toward the cost without applying a full cost-benefit analysis. And therefore, we run into the phobia of cost is very costly, but the cost of the current practices are not weighed against the costs that we fear. So I wanted to share with you a book, almost to say that I penned with Finex Ndlovu, which is about every time when you speak about multilingualism, it seems like it's right and it's not questionable. As long as it's multilingual, it means we're all doing it great. So we look deeper into that and say, what does it mean to speak about multilingualism in an African continent or African space? Is it appropriate to even talk about multilingualism, or do we have what you might call African multilingualism? So how does that differ from multilingualism as perceived in other parts of the world? Because unless we have lay a grasp on this ideological piece, it may be that we are trying to do something that is not possible in our context. Because the whole notion of multilingualism, if conceived vertically, it might just mean multiple monolingualisms, which is not necessarily the multilingualism that we love to see in our African spaces. In fact, it's not real to our context. So one of the first things, therefore, early in my presentation, we decolonize multilingualism in order to move from the rhetoric to real-time implementation. Second one, there has been also a challenge to special African languages around digitization. Happy that Satrila is doing amazing work, but there has been also attitudes around, if you digitize, you put African languages, what you see in the social media, for example, and all of that, that seems to be bastardization of African languages, almost ancient views about what an African language needs to look like. So there's a need to rethink language use in these digital spaces. How do we leapfrog African languages into the 21st century? And very importantly, this was a review of language policy and practices in higher education, the same way that African children learn through their mother tongue from grade 1 to grade 3 since the 1800s. And they were shifting in grade 4. We know that is not normal, it's abnormal, but we retain that practice up until now. And also look at the practices at our universities. We do know that it's not okay to use only one language for learning and teaching. That's not the normal practice of our students. But what you see, if despite all the policies that we have, you still see what you might call linguistic apartheid in higher education. So the whole idea of identity affirmation is very key. And you only get to that through the language that you fully understand. So it's about making sense of yourself. It's not just academic engagement in our mental spaces, but who you become out of that university experience is what makes you an asset to the communities that you need to serve. To the point where now you start to ask the question, the whole idea of 11 official languages, again, conceived from a different perspective. It simply means many languages exist, okay, and it's okay to have multilingualism in that case, but you're talking about societal multilingualism. Little attention is paid on the individual, how you actually come to know and communicate using more than one resource at the same time. And if we take that lens about the trans-languaging, using that as part of your mental space, how you come to make sense of yourself and the world around you, it changes our view around what we mean by 11 official languages, because oftentimes we have so many languages, where do we start? And it's so costly and all of that. But this is at the very top notch, that is language as a form rather than language as function. Okay. So what can we say about what you call grand challenges in universities, where students don't have money, NAFSAS is not enough, and there's all kinds of issues in there. But we really think the real something that will shift the needle in the system is this monolingual and epistemic biases that you'd call this a pandemic against academic access and success. Our multilingual students, people who are wired multilingually, are disproportionately disadvantaged and marginalized, whether it's actually acknowledged or not, or the students are simply not performing, because we spend a lot of time in academia about improving student performances. But probably we're looking at other things other than this very nature, that their epistemic access is not so much of what they know, it's also about how they come to know. Okay? And many people are wired in a plural way. This is how you view the world. This is how you make sense in the world. And you have got multiple lenses that connect the dots to the world that is around you. And this is an area that that's the epistemic access, your way of coming to know, the pathway of coming to know. That's why methodologically, it's very crucial. That is huge. Your identity position, you want to produce an academic who's confident, who can be creative and own the world around them, but you can't do that within the remit of a language you don't fully understand. You have proficiency, you speak English, but you are not nested, you are not connected to it in very deep ways that you can critical imagination, critical consciousness. And this is what Ribeiro said in 2010. He says, South Africa have had a modicum of experience of using languages other than English as medium of instruction at university level. We know that that is through the Afrikaans experience. That experience has been considerably restricted and watered down in the post-apartheid era, where English will possibly be almost the sole medium of instruction possible. However, political or other reasons that may have happened, we have seen Afrikaans medium universities also making the shift into English unilingualism, almost making English the sole, right? Almost acting against the very same foundations of a multilingual society. Also, Ribeiro, I picked him up because I thought that's foundational. If the apex of education system, namely tertiary institutions and more specifically, universities that are almost important, also important research institution is taken into consideration, then the trend towards monolingualism becomes, I underline this, painfully clear in such a multilingual society. So I don't know if this was the Hitler's Minister of Interior Affairs. Let us normalize the abnormal. So you can go to a university in an African country and graduate with a degree, Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Law, without having learned an African language. My experts who are in the room and policymakers, I don't know where this is benchmarked anywhere in the world. And I don't know why don't we see that this is just abnormal. Thanks to the UKZN for doing that from 2014. And there are all kinds of excuses you can, but you are in an African country and you are even an African speaker, but you haven't had formal education or learning of a language that you need to use to communicate and serve the communities that you have out there. That's a big abnormality. Neville Alexander, I don't want to go into the whole quotation, but he's simply talking about those shocking inequalities that we sort of, in our silences as well, comfortable, making them, valorizing them in many, many different ways, through assessment, through other means, that an African child and their language is in the margins. Acknowledge, Professor Mkhize actually cited the language, the policy for higher education, which is now revised 2020. Okay, this is the two. It says language has been and continues to be a barrier to access and success in higher education, both in the sense that African and other languages have not been developed as academic scientific languages, and insofar as the majority of students entering higher education are not fully proficient in English and Afrikaans. And my charge is not just proficiency. It is also about your epistemic access. You might be proficient in English, but you still don't have epistemic access because that's not your normal way of making sense of you, identity, making sense of the world around you, which is epistemic access. Okay. So what we have been seeing, then we are moving against all the foundations for quality education and sustainable development. One of those is our own very national development plan enacted in 2012, or the Africa Agenda, the African Union, the Africa We Want 2063 mission. And of course, the Sustainable Development Goals, everything that you're doing, they converge on one thing, which is you can only sustain African countries to the highest level of modernization if you have quality education. But how do you have quality education? You cannot have quality education in a language that you don't have you cannot fully digest the content that you receive. You can pass the test and get a distinction. It is at this time that I want to remind us about what the British historian said in 1963. And this is what he said, Trevor Rowe. Perhaps in future there will be some African history, but at the present, there is none. There is only the history of Europeans in Africa. Well, that was 2063. This is 2023. Okay? And then Guguya Tuyongo reminds us that people without a history or culture become mimics who have placed their memories in psychic tomb. That's very, very deep. And we talk about unemployment rates. We talk about the youth that graduate from universities. They're not employable. With degrees from universities, looking for somebody out there to create jobs for them. I pause. And Ruel Khosa, in what he calls Let Africa Lead, he says, we have to meet prevailing global challenges from within our own worldview and proceed to action from our own authentic possibilities based on the culture and competencies of Africans themselves. And that is a huge challenge for us as academics. That's what we call Southern epistemologies or Southern theories or Southern practices, including the practice of multilingualism. And how do we know that our multilingualism is different here? We just need to tune into the soap operas, the generations, Muvango, and so on and so on. You can count the list and listen to the people communicating outside of the classrooms, which is completely remote from anything else that we are trying to do in our classrooms. Okay? That is what you call the cultural competencies. And if you track this further, you'd find that, and this is where I had the privilege to be in Johannesburg and New York. And what you see when you're in New York, every language on planet Earth you'll find in New York. But the difference is that these people are speaking these different languages to each other, maybe on the digital devices, somebody speaking Hindi to somebody, another Hindi speaking, somebody speaking Arabic to another Arabic speaking person, somebody speaking this language to that. Then you have got all this potpourri of languages out there. That's a vertical type of multilingualism. They're there, but they're not interconnected. Now let's go to the streets in Johannesburg. Okay, so speaker of isiXhosa is speaking to isiZulu speaker and to a Sepedi speaker and to a Xitsonga and flowing like that. Okay, that's horizontal. So there's interlay, there's an overflow from one language to the other without strict boundaries. And where did they get this? Are they bastardized? Is there anything wrong in their heads? And that's what you call the cultural competence. And we can track this further and say that's what we mean by a decolonial. I'll come back to the Johannesburg, New York quickly. If knowledge is going to be decolonized in the African university, one cannot avoid the difficult and not much appreciated question, which is in which language is knowledge going to be conveyed? However, this statement is a problem on its own because it's asking which language. For people who don't have a language, who are languaging. Okay? And I like this one. I didn't quote it for any reason, but this is where it's very key. The last statement that says it is from a poem, a speech given by the ex-president Thabo Mbeki about I'm an African. But the last bit that says I'm formed of the migrants who left Europe to find a new home on our native land. Whatever their actions, they remain still part of me. Okay? That is the I am because you are, and that is limitless. That's the humanity. And in terms of the language space, we see that many African languages actually operate in that particular mode. And where you speak isiZulu, but there is English, and there is English in isiZulu, and so on and so on. Now, that calls for what you call epistemological rupture or a shift, that we look at what people do with languages, not what the languages look like. What do people do if they make sense? That's first and foremost. Make sense of who you are, your identity, and make sense of the world around you, your access to the world. Therefore, we move from language to languaging, to meaning making from language as a structure. I know some linguists have got issues with this because the language is going not to be pure, and all what we'll be hearing about, we can keep the language pure, but the only way that you have to let it develop is to let it intermingle. The story is the story of English itself. English is such a multilingual language in the sense that 80% of the words that you call English today are not Anglo-Saxon. They are borrowings from all other. They only have a condition. They have to meet the English morphosyntactic structure. Okay. How do you know, is there a template for all this confusion or fluidity? We can look back to fetch. And how do we do that? We just need to go up in the north, a city of Mabungu, where stranger come to our place, so we are complete. That's the I am because you are. And think about this. I think, therefore I am, which is a complete different logic about the sense of you. Okay? Or if you will, you can say, if you want to do, you can say, well, more African inclined and the other more Eurocentric or global north inclined. I think, therefore I am versus I am because we are. And you have this saying too, let me check with people speaking African languages. Visitor come to my home so that we are complete, or we eat through you, something like that if you go literal, okay? That I'm incomplete without the other person coming in. And it's because of this, and here I just want to talk about the confluence of languages and try to get into mind of a multilingual person. If you go to Limpopo River, the river Sashe overflows into Limpopo. They match at that time. And there are crocodiles that live somewhere at that space. So the rivers merge, and what you have is a confluence. So when the waters have blended, you cannot distinguish if this little drop, if you want to separate them, is for Limpopo River and this drop is such a river. It's just water. Oftentimes, multilingual people have got processed information in that way that as they make meaning, they don't think this is isiZulu, this is Xhosa. They simply communicate, right? There's no distinction. That's where you move beyond a language, your language as you make meaning. Okay, so that's the idea of a confluence where no one language is complete without the other. If you're multilingual in the process of reading a concept such as photosynthesis. Okay. Okay, let me show you what we try to do just to give a practical version of what you call multilingual tutorials or trans-language tutorials. I don't know if you can hear this. No, apparently not. Okay, we can come back to it if needed. Okay. But what that means is not, we can avoid things like plagiarism or simple copying, which does happen today with the chat, the digital affordances. It is possible in monolingual teaching situation for students to answer questions or write an essay about a subject without fully understanding it. Processing for meaning may not have occurred. Whole sentences or paragraphs can be copied or adapted out of a textbook, from the internet, or from dictation by the teacher lecturer without real understanding. It is less easy to do this with translanguaging. To read and discuss a topic in one language and then to write about it in another language means that the subject matter has to be processed and digested. And what I take here is about the digestion and deeper digestion of content. That's what we are looking for, irrespective of the mode that led you there. So in Ubuntu, one rediscovers a plural vision of interdependence of language system and their fluid overlapping and discursive nature to match the everyday ways of communicating, where the use of one language for multilingual students is incomplete without the other. Therefore, what does that mean for policies? We name and unname. The policy for this university is language A, language B, and language C. That is the naming part that we put in the documentation. But from actual use, it will be great to acknowledge that there is an overlap, and that overlap is the languaging part, because they're not in isolated boxes from point of view of use. So it's not just a language, but it's also the languaging. And this is the integrated plural vision. And therefore, because of that, we have got challenges that you need to develop language A, and if you don't have resources for language A, what about language B, and so on and so on. The framework for language policy and planning here, I'm going to that quickly. You might also call that the languaging policy and planning implementation. When the status planning for policymakers, it means also thinking about the interface between the languages, and it should be stated as such as a true reflection of use. Corpus planning or multilingual corpus, at the same time, the interface between language A and to language B. In short, I'm concluding quickly. Acquisition planning, using more than one language at the same time, and the prestige. I'll come back to that quickly. And this is how the model looks at all of these are happening at the same time. So in the implementation plans, most universities say, now we're doing status planning. Okay, now we're doing corpus. And then we'll go to acquisition, and then we do prestige. But they should be at the same time. Okay? Simultaneous in language use, but also in actual planning for the languages. This is what you call the low-hanging fruit, I think, taken from the new revised framework. One of the key things is promoting conversational competence among students and staff where there might be communication gap. Integrate trans-languaging strategies to foster enriched experience, and lecturers can blend languages fluidly, or at least allow students to do so in a control, what you call pedagogical trans-languaging. And expanded public communication. We heard that the website for UKZN is fully fledged in isiZulu, and that's quite a big move in that way. These are symbolic, but very, very meaningful, that are sustainable. There has to talk about monitoring and evaluation, part of why implementation plans collapse before they even start, because monitoring and implementation is not integrated as part of the planning. We fix the plane while it's in the air. Okay, so each strategic component is continually assessed for impact and effectiveness. You conduct baseline to measure current practice and proficiency, regular progress review. So you really need a dedicated unit that would look at all of this and advise on the policy doesn't have to wait for 5 years. Agility, okay. And here, what you call the attitudes towards African languages, that is a point that needs to be acknowledged, but face on directly, what you call rehabilitation, prestige or attitudinal planning. We plan most of the things, but we don't plan the attitudes. They cannot change by themselves. We need to be intentional about this, where you certify linguistic proficiency, you engage publicly. I would like to see vice-chancellors when there's a graduation ceremony with parents and everybody there beginning to give the talk for 10, 15 minutes in a language other than English. Institutionalize the recognition. Let me quickly run. Now, this is what might look like. Just those 3 aspects, they give you a low-hanging fruit. And you should go into granular minute details of implementation. Just as an example, in conclusion, program director, we need to leverage on the cultural competence, rethinking multilingualism, taking a more horizontal approach, and the recommendation for trans-languaging that will sync with what the basic education department is doing or is intending to implement. As you know, the Eastern Cape piloted a mother tongue-based bilingual education, and the 6 subjects were written in matric trial exams through the medium of isiXhosa and Sesotho. But the challenge is Umalus is not yet ready at grade 12 at the actual examination. And the reason for that, the higher education receive students and admit them without prejudice, okay? So we are prestigious in how we can actually lead in that process. But what this does is you normalize the normal. One of the things is the normal need to be normalized. Graduating with a requirement for African language formal learning. Even if you speak an African language, you need to learn that language at the university, especially that which is not your mother tongue. Detailed implementation plans, and finally, digitize. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please, another big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Prof. Makalele. We didn't know that people like Professor Ditsile, who are multilingual, when they are using Sipitoria, they have rivers in their head. They don't know whether it is from Limpopo or it is from such. So, and thank you so much. And also for reminding us about Unguki Wateong, and also for reminding us about our beloved, the late Professor Onevel Alexander. So he delivered his keynote address in one of the conferences. And I had the privilege then of interacting then with him in Tampere in Finland. And the most profound thing that he indicated at that time, and that is as far back as 2005. I'm not declaring my age right now, right? 2005, and he said, Africa is the only continent that is fostering education in a foreign language. And we are in 2023. How far have we moved? If you had to wake up today and ask us questions, but thank you so much for that. So, Mona Rehaye, o ka se kgone gore wa sepela wa gotela Gauteng o sa fumana selo. Se ha se tse mo go nna. Ke se tswa UKZN. Are the rivers in my head? Okuncane nakho esikubonga ngakho la sithi kwandena la uthathe khona sibamba ngazo zombili. Ubheke la. Hey. Oh, bafuna ukuyiphezela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Colleagues, amandla amaphelela, imfula yami legelezayo la ekhanda kuthiwa amandla amasephelile. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to all the speakers, and also thanks to you. You have been a wonderful audience. And Professor Thabo Msibi, my former boss, please, is now the next chair. Thank you. While Prof is coming here, the keynote, we do not have any discussions or anything, but certainly during this session, you will be then allowed to interact with the speakers. And please make sure, because we are streaming live, when you do speak, make sure that you do use the microphone in front of you so that the people that we are in a virtual space, they do follow us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. We miss you in the School of Education. Hopefully you'll return to UKZN in the future. May I request Professor Antia and Masego to come and join me here in front, please. Professors Antia and Masego. Thank you. As they come forward, I want to say a very good morning to all of you. My name is Thabo Msibi. I wanted to say that I am the Dean and Head of the School of Education, but then I forgot that I'm no longer the Dean of and Head of the School of Education. I'm actually the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Teaching and Learning that has just been recently appointed. So this is my 3rd week in office. So Thank you for welcome. Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for this. And I was going to say that in some ways, I feel like I am an imposter here because I, of course, come with a background in education, but I am not a language practitioner. I know very little about multilingualism, even though my isiZulu lecturer there at the back when I was doing my first year would tell you that I did do some modules in isiZulu, but it's not an area of my expertise. So I'm out of my depth in terms of facilitating this very complex conversation, but I hope that my 2 speakers today will assist me in this regard. I do want to say, though, that language planning and development does fall within my portfolio as DVC, and certainly it's something that I will be looking into as we move forward. There is a tendency, of course, when you take over as a chair, to want to say a bit about the subject that you are going to be chairing. And of course, when you give an academic an opportunity to stand in front and say something, they don't want to stop. So at this point, I want to say and just put a disclaimer forward that I've got no intention of prolonging this conversation, because I think that the individuals that are in front of me, in front of you, have got a lot to share this morning. And so I will not try to attempt to have any sort of introduction or introductory comments, because I think that the people that are here will provide that. And I do also have a disclaimer that I'm not a student, as I was called last week. So I may not look like a DVC and may look like a student a bit, but I am not a student. All right. So I'm delighted to be facilitating this session, which is really going to be looking at best practices, sort of moving forward. And it's actually quite exciting that it follows such a fantastic keynote from Professor Makalela. It was really, really fantastic to hear. And I think that a lot of our colleagues within the sector need to hear this message. It was really powerful. And I would hope, and I heard that Professor Klongwa is facilitating a conference possibly next year, and hopefully more of our colleagues will get to hear this brilliant talk. The first presentation is from Professor Pamela Masego, who is going to be talking to us about rethinking language policy and implementation planning in South African universities, learning from the past and imagining the future. Professor Masego is presently the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the Nelson Mandela University. She has more than 25 years of working in the higher education space and has been a research fellow both locally and abroad. She has extensive experience also in leading within the sector, having served as the founding board member for the NIHSS. She's also been on the CHE as well as on the HEQC, and was on the Ministerial Oversight Committee on Transformation in the South African public universities. I won't go into her qualifications except to say she's got vast experience and is going to share something that is going to be thought-provoking and profound this morning. Professor Masego, please join me on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm waiting for someone to assist me. Let me, in the meantime, acknowledge the program director at DVC, Thabo Msibi. When we time ourselves before we speak, we don't often include the greeting parts, which often takes 5 minutes. So, but I'll try and do that quickly. Let me acknowledge the CEO of USAF, Dr. Matutu, who is over there. Prof. Mkize of DVC, a great colleague and someone I admire. Prof. Shongwa, also a great colleague. PenSAP CEO, I can't see him now. I'd like to make contact with people as I call their names. That's this one. Of course, Professor Andrew Crouch, who is leading the teaching and learning structure in USAF. PenSAP chairperson of the board, Professor Mahubu Badenhost, CEO of SADILA, Professor Kumalo, all the deans, and I want to specifically single out deans of the humanities, arts, and social sciences, because they're well presented here. And of course, because I'm one of them. ALASA, which is an association of African languages, also people present here. I note Professor Maliti, who is in the executive of Salam. I also want to acknowledge deans, students who are here. I understand that SRC, yes, thank you. SRC is here. It's good when we talk about issues such as this for the students we present, because they actually are the ones who have to evaluate how well we do in these things. I want to start by the conclusion of my presentation so that if you don't understand anything in what I'm gonna say in the next 20 minutes, at least this is what I would like to convey to you in my message, is that in understanding how coloniality is reproduced in language practices in higher education, it requires a historical reflection given the systematic and long de-intellectualization of African languages. I know we're talking about intellectualization of African languages as if African languages have never been intellectualized. So we've got to go back to history and talk about how African languages have been systematically and intentionally de-intellectualized. So historicization is important given the invisibilization of Africa's history and Africa's knowledge. So if you didn't hear anything in what I'm about to say, please, this is what I mean to convey to you. So the reason for me recently to focus on historicization in my work is that language matters in Africa, and in South Africa specifically, are often imagined as having their genesis with the entry of European languages in South Africa in the 1600s. So therefore, linguistic diversity is often historicized from the perspective of languages of European origin interacting with indigenous languages, even in post-apartheid language policy provisions. So this kind of historicization, which is really skewed in a way, perpetuates an ahistorical misrepresentation of Africa as a place of rudimentary languages that have no capacity to be used to mediate learning, and for Africa as a place with no knowledge base. So, I must say this comes from us. It comes from us. We're perpetuating this. We are not even, as we say, Prof. Legeti, we are disrupting the system, but we're disrupting it without the consciousness that you talked about of where we come from. So when we start to historicize, we start from apartheid in 1948, and apartheid only introduced Africans, yet apartheid perfected centuries of subjugation of Africa, as we know. So I'm looking at three concepts: historiciding, sorry for the misspelling, linguisticide, and epistemicide. So the nexus between these three concepts encapsulates a profound assault on African identity overall. So the deliberate obliteration of history, suppression of indigenous African languages, and marginalization of indigenous knowledge systems are all forms of a triad of violent disregard of Africa. And I repeatedly want to say, this comes from us. It is us who are doing that. So this does not only distort historical narrative, but it also hinders the transmission of African ways of knowing. If you focus only on language and not reflect on language as a repository of people's knowledge and history, we are perpetuating the fact that Africa has no knowledge. So we need to recognize and address this triad of subjugation for the reclamation and revitalization of Africa's rich knowledge and linguistic heritage. So the one person who has gone back in history more recently, going back to 60,000 years, who is actually rebuting or offering a counter argument to these arguments presented by Trevor Roper, is Kathleen Joch, who writes in a more recent publication in 2022 that Africa as a cradle of humankind is also the cradle of language, innovation, and invention. So long before Europe, and since it talks about migration, about economic endeavors in Africa, about maths, philosophy, and all that, and how Africa has migrated to places as far as Australia, South America, and so forth. And that is not captured as we talk about languages, as we talk about reclamation of Africa ways of knowing, as we talk about epistemic disruption. That is not captured. So she argues that it was the invention of language and multilingualism for that, that permitted African people to migrate across the world over 60,000 years ago. And she also argues that Africa has been subjected to centuries of a historical mispresentation as a place of darkness without literacy and scholarship, whilst simultaneously subjected to plunder and intellectual theft. I'm going to illustrate in some of the work that I've been engaging with how this has happened and how early African intellectuals are talking to this fact of intellectual theft. So the consequence of this is disruption of centuries of scholarship in mathematics, as I indicated earlier on, in philosophy and science, for example. And that has occurred. It's really important that this intellectual theft has occurred alongside linguistic and epistemic erasure. resulting in appropriation, denial, and invisibilization of Africa's contribution to humanity. So that's why people like Trevor Roper are writing what they're writing in 1963. So what I'm about to illustrate with you, I wish that the title of my slides were to show what I want to illustrate with these with the following slides is how at the introduction of, or rather at the early entry of Europe in Africa, how Europeans viewed Africa, African experience, African languages, African philosophy, African thought systems, and all that. And I'm quoting just a few people who have been able to have access to and through their journals, or someone like Apriat, his journal was written posthumously, so it was written by his secretary. So I'm reflecting on their work. So on their journal. So he says, in all grammatical variations of form, isiXhosa, the journal writes cafe, is eminently distinguished by system and regularity. It is correctly spoken by all classes of the community, which is not the case, perhaps, with any of our European tongues. So if one makes comparisons in the publication came out in 1850, but Apriat worked in South Africa way before then, maybe 10, 20 years before then. So if one makes comparison about European languages at the time with African languages, one can then start to believe the systematic de-intellectualization of African languages. And then Holden writes after that Kefa oral tradition, pardon me, let me just read in my, he says that, just before that, okay. He says that Xhosa oral tradition in debates demonstrate gift of logic. The Xhosa have tenacious memory and nothing escapes their keen observation. And when knowledge is engraved in the tablet of their memory, it is never obliterated. And then Meinhof, writing in 1899, writes that whosoever wants to gain intimate knowledge of the native will best do it by studying the fruits of his intellect, those productions which serve for the education of both the young and the old, wherein his soul expresses itself unstifled by foreign intrusion. Same here, I leave that. But what is really important here is in the 1870s, in the 1890s, towards 1900s, is the deliberate invisibilization, the deliberate erasure of African ways of knowing. And I forgot to say that I am using isiXhosa as an example because it's a kind of archive I work with. It's the language I know best, and it's the language around which I'm doing this research. So when we talk about, or rather all my work here refers to isiXhosa, but which I think, it's not I think, I know is reflective of all languages in Africa. So because at the time, in 1871, and those people who know the history of the Eastern Cape will know that this is just before Nongause, and where amaXhosa were resisting conversion into Christianity. And the missionaries at the time made every effort to, again, belittle African ways of knowing and push African people towards schools at the time that were, of course, by missionaries. So there's very little in old Africadom worth preserving, and we think it will be the wise of the natives as soon as possible to move forward in today and secure the blessings which the present time brings to them. This is where I talk about the importance of historicization when we talk about issues of language policy and planning. And when I talk about language policy and planning, Professor Makalela, I don't talk about it as provision for in national policy. I'm talking about policy and practice as people lived it during the time before. Now we're talking about issues of what gazetted language policy. So Tiosoka writes in 1848 about the importance of preserving the language. She says that isiXhosa, or a language, is a beautiful dish for preserving indigenous chronological narrative, values, and knowledge, the value of language in relation to knowledge. Jonas Nziko, recognizing the belittling, the devaluing of African ways of knowing, says that with regards to white ministers, of course, this was in relation to missionaries at the time, we agree with MP. MP was the writer in this journal where there's communication between people about languages, about history, about knowledge, and so forth. Says that the ministers do not raise or develop the nation. Oh yes, they would like it to be developed and raise it to heaven, but for it to be a nation with its own identity, to reclaim its right, that is not their objective, as we can see. So Kopa, who I think some of you know, is one of my favorite authors in this series, says that sifundiswa ngembali zezizwe zaseGreece, Rome, Egypt, nezamangesi njalo njalo, izinto ezazizizo kwanezinto eziyiyo namhla. Ke ngoko ziphilile kuba nathi singasange sizibone sazi into ngazo namhla ngenxa yeencwadi zembali zazo. Siyazibona, siyathetha nazo, siyazekelela neentetho nemikhwa ethile kuzo kubume banamhla bazo. Again, the value of recording history language and how it enables dissemination of knowledge of society beyond its own borders, and makes examples about this. There's Mazisi Kunene in the case of isiZulu, who's got that anthem of the decades, the fundamental piece of literature that was originally written in isiZulu and then was later translated into English. Actually, they refused to publish it in isiZulu until he translated it. Okay, it was translated and then it was only translated afterwards. I would like to sit on this for a minute because here, Umkai, one of the Xhosa laureates, writes here clearly about the relationship between knowledge and language and the intellectual theft of the language and the knowledge of the Xhosa people. She writes that nangani ndingenqali kwathini yamthetho ndinawo noko amanakani okuba umthetho wasemaXhoseni awahlukene kancinane kowezizwe ezikhanyisiweyo. Iintlanga ezimhlophe zithe zakufika kweli lizwe zafumana ukuba abantu belizwe baphantse ukuba ziincutshe zomthetho namasiko abo asekwe phezu kwezibakala baze ke bacuntsula kanobom kuloo masiko nakuloo mithetho yesiXhosa. So intellectual theft there. I would like us to as I go towards 4 or 5 minutes there, I would like us to just now focus on what does this mean for language policy and planning in higher education? And then I can also talk about 2 minutes on what our university is doing. I think there needs to be a mind shift from us as scholars of African languages, from colonial and apartheid legacy, and general conception about African languages in higher education. And we need to cease to perpetuate and perhaps subconsciously the view that African languages are not intellectualized, they are for domestic use, they are used to construct and sustain tribes, and there are no resources, and that using African languages means exclusion from participating in global knowledge system. So if we can shift from that, I think we can start making inroads. So lessons for us. That picture you're probably familiar with. I think that is why we want, or that is why we're advocating for multilingualism, meaningful multilingualism. That does not only take language as a means of mediating knowledge, but as a repository of knowledge. We want to move away from equality to equity and deal with the issue of reality as presented in that image. In doing this, we need to start rethinking Africa. We need to think about the resources or sources from which we imagine Africa. We need to rethink about methodologies. We need to think out tools of analysis. We need to develop new frameworks and hypotheses for Africa purpose education for global impact. I think Prof. Makalela has indicated what can be done. So I just want to quickly, in the 2 minutes I've got, Chair, to just talk about what we are doing at Nelson Mandela University as a way of just capturing this, that part of the presentation, is that there's multiple initiatives at the university. We have multilingual resource development. There are glossaries that have been developed in the institution. What is a challenge, as my colleague will attest to this, is challenge is how do we train monolingual faculty to use this? I think that is the one intervention that is important for us. We're also training staff in multilingual pedagogies, and that is driven by the Center for Learning and Teaching. We provision training in isiXhosa and Afrikaans in professional disciplines, health sciences, law, business science. We have, as a university, we are repositioning ourselves as a place of depository of archives, or African archive, literary archive written in African languages from the early point of writing of isiXhosa. We also encourage examination in isiXhosa. The sign language that is provided in SLPs. It was developed by Ms. Kachwa, who's going to be talking here later. We also have tutor training programs where tutors are trained to be multilingual. As a university, we've also been leading in doing scientific research in isiXhosa from actually from undergraduate level right up to postgraduate level since 2010. And I must say is that not only in isiXhosa department, but across disciplines. At the moment, for instance, we have a thesis written in anthropology. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Prof. Masego, thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentation. I have a lot in my mind at the moment, but I'm going to maybe propose that we do this, that we request the next speaker to come forward and present, and thereafter we will then open up an opportunity for us to really engage substantively with both presentations. And I would add perhaps even the keynote, because I think that there were some connections in relation to sort of the thematic areas that were discussed, right? So I'm going to very quickly move on to introduce our next speaker, Professor Basi Antia, who is a professor of applied linguistics at the University of the Western Cape. He's a fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. He holds a PhD from the University of Bielefeld in Germany. He's been a contributing author in the 2005 UNESCO Guidelines for Terminology Policies, and was a member of the 2016 working group and paneled by the Department of Higher Education and Training to review the National Language Policy for Higher Education, and which has led to the 2020 National Language Policy Framework for Public Education Institutions. Whilst they connect, Prof, I'm going to maybe invite him to join me on stage and have introductory remarks as they connect his presentation. Let's welcome Prof to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. It's such an honor to be back to UKZN, especially into this hallowed chambers, because we've had the privilege of being here on a number of previous occasions, and it's always very stimulating, and I can already feel the energy. I'm sure by the time we are done here, we will leave here with a harvest of ideas. The CEO of USAF, the leadership of UKZN, our keynote speaker, our organizers and hosts here at UKZN, Vice-Chancellors, Deputy Vice-Chancellors, and other institutional leaders here present, our good friends at SADILA, doing very amazing work. We acknowledge you. Heads of national language and related associations here, we acknowledge you. Dear students, as you see, I look very much like you, and I am one of you. I will not deny you like my DVC here. So I'm here in a capacity as the project manager, trying to work with universities around rolling out the national policy framework, which has been referred to previously. So I'll be sharing some thoughts on the journey thus far with this very important national initiative. All right, so I just press this? Yeah. Okay. All right, so let me just, okay. Government has made resources available to drive the process that would help universities in implementing their language plans. Now, their language plans, we see them as a subset of issues in their overall language policies, because the quantum of resources available may not be enough to support the implementation of each and every item in our respective language policies. So this particular funding instrument is intended to help universities implement a subset of their plans. Now, what is the sorry, this is not moving. So this is the document that provides the basis for what we are trying to do. That's the Language Policy Framework for Public Higher Education Institutions of 2020. In a sense, we may see this document as a call to action on the part of universities, a call to action in at least 3 key areas. In the development or continued development, so that we don't fall into the trap Professor Maseko has just referred to. So continuing the development and the strengthening of indigenous African languages as languages of scholarship, teaching and learning, as well as communication at universities. So our universities are being challenged to take on this task. Our universities are also being challenged to institutionalize this. There has to be a culture that is receptive to this. Otherwise, you'll be imposing something without the relevant substructure. So there has to be a culture in our institutions that is receptive, that embraces, that welcomes these initiatives around developing or strengthening indigenous languages. The third aspect reminds us of the expression in English, he or she who pays the piper calls the tune. So in other words, government sees funding as a means of steering universities towards a set of objectives. And that can only happen if there's adequate monitoring and evaluation, something universities typically don't like to do. All right, no one wants to be policed. But government is saying that this is one opportunity where we have to really make an impact. The window of opportunity will not always remain open. So for once, let's in a concerted way work towards delivering, having concrete deliverables. So this is essentially the document that underpins what it is that we are trying to do. Well, some background, as Lolly mentioned right at the beginning, this should have started much earlier, but that unnatural resource called funding impeded the timeous takeoff of this. But ultimately, money was found from some source, the University Capacity Development Program for universities to be supported in the implementation of their language plans. And essentially, each university will be receiving the sum of 2.5 billion, all right, to implement its plans. And it will be disbursed in 2 tranches. The first tranche will be disbursed in 2024, and that will be 1 million rands. And then the second tranche will be 1.5 million rands. And I'm only standing here in front of you because DHET has appointed my institution to be the implementing partner. So, what has the journey thus far been since the kickoff of this initiative? So obviously, we started off with engagements with the Department of Higher Education and Training to understand our mandate, to understand the expectations, what processes they expected of us, and what timelines and so on. And once we understood what was expected of us, we began with lots of communication, informing vice-chancellors of universities of the impending rollout of this plan. We requested vice-chancellors to identify or to designate university project managers. And I see that there are several of you in this hall. In other words, designated individuals at the various universities who will have a responsibility for overseeing developments within specific institutions. And then we issued a call for applications, which is why universities have responded to us. We put in place structures, the review panel, the advisory board. The review panel will be charged with the responsibility of reviewing applications from the 26 universities, right? And the review panel is made up of leading experts nationally, drawn from universities within the country. But there's also the advisory board, drawn from 3 categories. So one category represents individuals from the senior leadership of universities, another category of members from the pool of language policy experts in the country, and a third category from representatives of government institutions, Council on Higher Education, PANSALB, Department of Basic Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So to be sure that we try and accommodate as representative an interest spectrum as possible. Now, we also developed instruments, some of which you'll be seeing shortly, to guide our processes. What would we require of universities and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of the next step of the journey, we took the decision that it would be helpful before universities submit applications to have a set of capacity building engagements so that the vision could be communicated adequately to universities. So before universities actually submitted applications for funding, we had some 4 2-3 hour virtual consultations, workshops with universities. We also made available a recording that explains the template which universities were to complete. We set up a frequently asked questions website and numerous correspondence, as some of you who are involved with the process can attest. Each day, you probably get about 60 pieces of email on a bad day, all right? Okay, so just to show you, so this is the website we developed with a couple of frequently asked questions. This, for instance, is the program for one of the workshops we had. And if all goes well, I should be able to play this. Let's see. So the second question then requires an overview of the language development plan that the institution is proposing. All right, so basically something of an executive summary as well. But this is quite structured. It requires the write-up to indicate what issues the university is seeking to address, what the main features of the proposal are, and again, how these proposals align with the 2020 language policy framework. Okay, again, for each of these, there are a couple of ideas. So is your plan seeking to address issues of epistemological access, issues of student performance, including disparities in performance related to different student demographics? Is your project plan seeking to address issues of belonging, concern of belonging in the higher education space? Is it also seeking to address issues of general knowledge production or the translational activities, applying knowledge to solve real-world problems? Is it seeking to address the university's CSR, corporate social responsibility, its community? Okay, just to give you a sense. So the second question. All right. And this is one of my favorite sessions in the training program. Is it possible, are both of these outcomes, or is one an outcome and the other an output? Is this an old hand or a new hand?
It's a new hand.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Greetings, colleagues.
Yeah.
Using your definition of output,
Sure.
outcome. which
Yeah,
is
let's go back to it.
output. Yes, using your definition of outcomes as output plus impact, it then becomes clear that only A would be the appropriate submission, because B merely speaks to an output. But if we're saying that short-term outcomes, which is an output plus impact, then it can only be option A.
Do you want to send us your bank account details?
The bank account number is 12345.
Okay, so if you've ever had the opportunity of completing UCDP grants, you know how technical they can be, requiring very specific. So we thought it was important to try and communicate some of those concepts ahead of institutions actually completing the application forms. All right, so where are we thus far? So the 15th of November was a deadline for universities to submit the applications for funding consideration. And we had set up a submission portal at which universities submitted their applications. And ahead of the submission date, we tried to develop scenarios, models for possibly reviewing the applications. We had about 4 or so scenarios, but eventually settled on this one, which allows each submission to be reviewed in depth by 2 groups of reviewers. By the way, all working pro bono, and I doff my hats for them. So in the first round of review, you see 25 institutions there, there should be 26, but for some specific reasons, one institution could not be part of the current process. So each reviewer is spending about approximately 9 hours. Then in the second round, which is a verification review, you see the number of hours each reviewer would be spending. So in terms of the criteria being used by the review panel, again, we hack back to some of the pillars in the policy framework around developing and strengthening of these languages, creating institutional cultures, and then the accountability aspect, the monitoring and evaluation aspect. So on that basis, the review panel has been working on submissions, drawing on more specific criteria, such as we see here. So from the baseline, which the keynote speaker spoke about, what is the current state of language use and development within institutions, through to the structures that are being put in place to drive the process within institutions. The goal areas, is it teaching and learning? Is it research? Is it community engagement? You know, what are your goal areas? And we set premium on the specificity. There's a SMART test, you know, the acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. So when you are stating outcomes and outputs, we want to be sure that they are specific enough to become the object of monitoring and evaluation. Otherwise, it's all very vague. And then, of course, budgets, sustainability, and a whole range of related issues. So in terms of the review stages, the round one, the first round of reviews have been completed. And the colleagues, again, I doff my hat to them, had to walk through approximately 3,000 pages of documentation. Some universities have language policies, not just at the national, at the institution level, but also at the levels of faculties, and maybe in some cases at the levels of specific units. So the colleagues doing this had to scrutinize all of this. The second round of reviews going on now, due date is tomorrow. I hope members are not feeling uncomfortable, because I'll come knocking by tomorrow to ask you for your second round of reviews. So this will be essentially verification of work done by the previous group. So the model we adopted was a triangular model. So Group A does its review, passes it on to Group B. Group B passes its review to Group C, and C to A. So we are now in the process where A will assess the review done by B, and so on and so forth. Then we will be meeting in Cape Town on the 11th of December to consolidate on all of these reviews, and then to write to universities informing them of the outcome. To be clear, every university is going to get the funding. All right, so no university is going to be disqualified or made ineligible. Everyone is going to get the funding. But we just want to be sure that our accountability to the taxpayer is addressed by ensuring that the goals are clear, they are measurable, they are specific, and so on and so forth. So the journey ahead, very briefly, we have a couple of deadlines we are looking at. So like I said, by the 15th of December, feedback will be given to all institutions that have applied with suggestions for modification, amendment, clarification, and so on. And by the 15th of February, universities are expected to submit their revised there's a date meeting here. By the 29th of January, universities will submit their revised applications if such a request had been made of them. And then by the 15th of February, that letter, which every institution should be looking forward to, saying congratulations, 2.5 million is yours, should hopefully come on the 15th of February. And then by the 15th of March, we should release the first a tranche of funds. And at the beginning of the financial year, 1st April 2024, we expect implementation to begin in earnest. So a couple of reflections as I round up, 5 minutes just in time. So a couple of reflections. The take up of this initiative by universities and by everyone has just been amazing. It has been phenomenal. Just to give you a sense of how excited we were, the deadline for submitting applications was the 15th of November at midnight. From about 10 a.m., we were sitting, just wondering what was going to happen. Would universities respond or would they not respond? And it was a delight to see that just before midnight. Some culprits are laughing because they know what happened. Just before midnight, all submissions had come in. All submissions, please. A round of applause to everyone. We'll also want to thank the reviewers. This is really a labor of love at this time of year, to put aside so much time to invest in this, but also members of our advisory board who will be coming on stream with exercising oversight with respect to the monitoring and evaluation from next year. But of course, our heartfelt gratitude goes to DHET for making these resources available to galvanize the entire sector to move in a certain direction. I think this is really worthwhile. Now, what do we see as the prospects of success of this venture? We think that there are 3 prospective enablers of success of this project. The first one we think is the buy-in of sectors into the philosophy underlining this project. And what are the elements of this philosophy? Number 1, it's about building culture. you cannot do anything when the substratum is not there. So our colleagues seem to be getting the idea that this is not just putting something on something that does not exist. We have to work towards creating cultures at our institutions that are receptive to multilingualism. We don't want to have one-off events, one-off projects. We want legacy projects, all right? We don't want to spend 2.5 million on a 2-day jamboree and 3 weeks later, there's no trace whatsoever of that. We want projects that will stand the test of time. Thirdly, the principle of utilitarianism says maximum benefit to the greatest number of persons. So we are moving away from projects that would benefit one unit within a department to projects that would have an impact across as much of the institution as possible. And then the sustainability dimension. So what happens when someday DHEAD funding runs out? Will that spell the doom, the death of the project? Will that sound the death knell of the project? The second enabler of success, which we think will have to have in place, will be provision of continuous support to universities. The idea is not to set up an institution for failure. You give them something, it's important, just like we say of our students, right? You don't set them up for failure. It's important to work with them to ensure that they're able to achieve their goals. So the intention is to continue to provide various kinds of support. This could include, as we'll see tomorrow with the Bakonde project, drawing attention to certain best practices on the higher education landscape, fostering collaboration amongst institutions that share a mandate for specific languages. And this is underscored even in the policy framework. But of course, very critically, we think also is that there's a need. We'll be hearing about the SADILA audit of resources in the higher education landscape later. It's unfortunate that we didn't have access to that before now, but we plan to workshop this amongst universities so that universities can see where there are notes of excellence and competence in the landscape. Where can you find a resource on, for instance, language use in the area of medicine, all right? Why reinvent the wheel when University X has already traveled that journey? Why don't you take the material they have there? Or where can we find competence in subtitling or in animation and so on and so forth? So, but for this to happen, we'll need additional funds, which DHEAD does not have. If there are people here who have some spare funds somewhere which they would like to commit to a good cause, please just let me know, we'll come knocking, all right? And then very finally, we intend to take a project management approach to this. As you know, a project is not your routine activity. It's a special thing that is time-bound. So we expect to bring, if you like, maybe part of the private sector ethos into running the show so that at the end of the 3-year funding cycle, we have very palpable deliverables to show to the taxpayers that it has been well worth this journey. And perhaps DHEAD may say, well, university have done well. We plan only for 1 round, but maybe we can go for a 2nd round of funding. Thank you very much for your attention. I see my time is up.
Prof, I can see people really like money here. There were lots of memos as you were talking, and there were faces that were very excited. So the moment you talk money, everyone gets very, very excited. But I want to thank you for your presentation as well. Two very different presentations. One really asking us the fundamental questions about what has happened in history that informs the present. And perhaps this one saying, we're trying to put in the vehicle that will undo. And I'm interested to hear your thoughts and your reflections on both presentations. And as I said earlier, on the keynote, time is now open for questions and comments. Okay, I'll start here and then I'll go there. 2 hands, third, fourth, and then I'll stop for, I'll start with Prof. Madiba in the next round. We'll take 4 hands for now. Prof, please join us in front, in that order, please. Prof. Tonga, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our esteemed presenters. I just have one question for Prof. Antia. Prof, one institution has not submitted, and I just want to know if this is just for the duration of the whole funding cycle, and if not, what is going to happen to that 2.5 M that are supposed to go to that institution? Is it going to be shared among the 25 that have submitted? Thank you. Thank you very much. And for all the exciting work. I know you have indicated like it's done pro bono, but like maybe that may be reconsidered in the near future. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. One thing I forgot to say, please may I request that before you ask your question or you make a comment that you introduce yourself, who you are and from which institution you come from. We already have had Prof. Lunga, so it's perfectly fine. You can go to the next person.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Noyolo from Walters Zulu. I've got a question for both speakers. Prof. Masek, I like how when you say that it's us, you continue to say it's us. But my worry is that one of the things I'm always vocal about is that we always speak about us, but nothing we are doing is us. In a sense that, for instance, you see, I would be very happy if right through this colloquium, and then somebody is interpreting for those who doesn't understand this is which from the onset. You get what I'm trying to say? So I feel like we are just playing merry-go-round. As people say, we should need to intellectualize this African life, we need to implement, but we are not doing it. Let us be honest. I was so happy to see Prof. Nongwa's colloquium, what was done in season. I wish all we were doing the same thing. That is what I'm feeling like. We will always place this merry-go-round until Jesus comes back because we are unrealistic about ourselves. That's one. I hope you get my question from there. And on Prof's issues, you know, when you speak of ching-ching, you speak something that makes us to glow. One thing I want to check is the matter of now that you asked that there is going to be the revision process where there are comments on other things. I'm just worried. You see, I'm just worried about your cut-off date. People are coming back in January. Most of managers at that particular time are taking their leaves because they are doing, for instance, I know my boss is not going to because they are going to stay at the university until late. So in January, it's most of the cases, that's when they are taking their leave. I'm just worried. Hey, I think money is everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nati Madondo from Mangosuthu University of Technology. Please, if I ask the question that does not really address what we are talking about, please forgive me. It's just something ran in my mind, you know, as the presentation were going on, and it can be responded by either Prof. Makelele or Prof. Msomi. So now, my concern, if I may put it that way, is that, so when we talk epistemic access, you know, then I'm asking the question, access to what? So that is the first thing I'm considering, because if we agree that our space in universities, we are in the process of knowledge production and the knowledge production through research. And of course, that means how we use language in that space is imbued, with certain values and attitudes about what it means to produce knowledge, which brings another dimension in that what happens in the home of those we are teaching, if the language at home is not used, maybe in an abstract way or in an argumentative way. So when you go to school, you find such situations, then it means you will still struggle, even if we can include multilingualism. So the point I'm making is that the language per se is very important for me, but it is not the only issue that is at play to enable or constrain success. So how about maybe in future, maybe this has happened already, I've just been coopted in here. Why don't we bring members of the community in debates like this? Because this is academic, yet what we want to include and produce should have some value and impact, in the communities, that surrounds us, So for me, the issue is that there are many factors at play rather than just language per se, which I think we need to consider.
Thank you very much. There was a fourth hand at the back. Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead. And then I'm going to ask the panelists to respond, and then we'll take the next round. Yeah, thank you.
Proxy for Vice-Chancellor University of Colloquium. And first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Moseko for the opportunity and I have a better understanding of how the advances that we presented. But a comment which I think we raised my hand about was
Oh, sorry, if you can put on your microphone. Thank you, sorry about that. And then there's an echo that's coming through from somewhere. If the technical team can look into that, please.
Sorry, I'm a historian. We're not
No,
it's technology. But the point which I wanted initially made me raise my hand was Professor Moseko's very wise comments about language and history. I think as we go about developing indigenous languages within the higher education system in South Africa, what we absolutely need to avoid is making that movement a kind of parallel add-on movement, because ultimately then we end up remarginalizing the languages which we're trying to develop so importantly. And Professor Moseko's arguments take us to somewhere different, to an important place, to the very knowledge base, because what she talks about is actually making us rethink the evidentiary base of the disciplines, using language, using indigenous languages to rethink what evidence we use. And that has significant implications for the decolonial project and for how we understand what history, literature, sociology, all sorts of mathematics, all sorts of other disciplines mean. And I think ultimately that in a Rick Turner kind of sense, that is where we need to be aiming at. And through the eye of the needle type of argument, that's where we need to be aiming at, to have these languages not only seated in the university and becoming languages of teaching, learning, instruction, and science, which is important, but I think ultimately they need to change the disciplines from within. And again, I think I'd like to applaud Professor Moseko for the foresight, bravery, and wisdom of that insight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to request our colleagues to respond. It could be in any order. Whoever wants to go first. Yeah. There should be mics there, but no, please come forward. Yeah.
Money talk. So, Prof. Nabutli, yes, we are still engaging with the particular institution in question because we really would like to have everyone on board. So much as I would have loved to be able to say to you that there's 2.5 million available for UKZN, I am not at liberty to say that. I can't. Right. But I suspect that Once we have finalized discussions with a particular institution, we'll be able to take a decision and we'll communicate that to the entire sector. Scenario, the point about the tight deadlines, we acknowledge that, and we are aware also that institutions and colleagues have demonstrated enormous goodwill, and that is why we have come this far. And we think that the additional request we are making is not one that will kill you completely. So we are hoping that you will bite the bullet and just push once more so that we can say to the world that we didn't delay this process because of our own concerns. We are extremely very committed to this, that we're willing to make the sacrifice. I mean, can you imagine if we communicated the sense to DHET and say, look at the enthusiasm this has generated. People have cut short on their vacation this very palpable demonstration of commitment to this. So we appreciate the tight deadlines, but we continue to be very grateful to colleagues for putting in the much needed work. I think those were the only two questions sort of directed at me.
Thank you so much. They're tough questions because they're questions that I'm also equally grappling with. I think okokuqala Sinoyolo umbuzo wakho othi senze ujikelele ngo I think my plea to us as scholars is that where there are opportunities, including these opportunities, we must take on what we propose is correct in re-intellectualization of African languages. But I want to make just an example outside of just speaking in African languages, because I think often when we talk in these spaces, and even outside of this, we think that just speaking the language is one way of enabling its intellectualization, but it's just one form of enabling intellectualization. Just an example, Sinoyolo, the science of African languages, linguistics, originates from missionaries describing the languages for their understanding so that they can communicate to native population, to convert as Christians, to provide schooling and all that. So, and I'm not sure what is the extent. I know I can't see Prof. Motinyane now. This is a linguist. And I know that Prof. Motinyane, Prof. Sinfree Makoni are advancing what is called colonial linguistics, and why there's a need to shift from that. Because what we are doing now is we're teaching descriptive linguistics, but that are not meant for benefits of native population or speakers of those languages. We're still teaching linguistics that have been developed by, I forget now the names, Blake and all other linguists, all those. So the challenge for me is that, and at the same time, I'm not in any way saying that those need to be displaced, because they've got a role in the scholarship on linguistics. But it's how then do we present I mean, this argument that the language has been engineered, there are scholars who are saying that the language as is taught now in school has been engineered. So how we start looking at de-engineering, if there's anything like that, and putting that alongside that scholarship that we are still teaching in universities and in schools. For instance, there are scholars who have really advanced this, and I don't think we're using them enough. People like Osakyo, I often make reference to Sakyo's work, who has looked at semantics and how African scholars or terminologists should be developing terms rather than looking at the colonial and later apartheid ways of development of African languages. So when it is us, it is in that context, and I understand what you're talking about that and I am also equally to blame. So I think the question here was on epistemic access and access to what? It's a very complicated question. I think the distinction is the two forms of access, the physical access and the epistemic access. And for me, the epistemic access, the language as an enabler of epistemic access is the one thing. But access for me to episteme of speakers of indigenous languages whose knowledge is not forming part of great discourse in the academy is what I am talking about largely. And let me rephrase that. For me, if I talk, if I express an African concept in English, for me, that is form of access. Just because I'm not expressing in isiXhosa doesn't mean that. Let me make an example that we often, I make reference to. I'm not sure if it's gonna clarify this well. People will know that I do a little bit of gender studies, womanhood and all that. And often when I talk about Inkosikazi in that sense, I want to revert back to a period before that concept was influenced by missionary meanings of the term, where Inkosikazi was great chief or a chieftainess or a queen. And of course, and we know that in Croft, that Croft says that this term now will be used to refer to a wife of someone. And so the erasure of episteme starts then. So for me, when I talk about this, when I talk about Nkosikazi, although it's difficult, I will talk about a great woman because Kazi is not necessarily a gender marker, but it is a form of greatness. And it's often terms that have been referred to women. And so it's those kinds of things that I'm referring to. So I can do that in English. And Mafeche makes a point that, and again, it's controversial, and I'm saying that with great caution with my colleagues, that just because one speaks a native language does not necessarily mean that they are transformed. It says that you can be as conservative and subversive in the language. And I'm not propagating for English at the same time here, but I'm saying that epistemic access needs to be looked in various ways, both in terms of language, but also in how we postulate African ways of knowing, not necessarily, not only in the native language. I take Neil's colleagues' comment as a comment and the need for us to make the shift in the disciplines. So for instance, you know, Neil, that Prof. Nomalanga uses the text written in the 19th century on the 100 years of conflict in isiXhosa, Fekane, Wars, Nongause. These are written in isiXhosa and they're used in undergrad and postgrad studies as additional texts alongside texts written in English. We work with health sciences, we work with agricultural sciences, where we're looking at literature produced in like botany, zoology, and so forth, written in, by the way, by someone like Godfrey, who had a thorough comprehension, proficiency in isiXhosa, but wrote on issues of ornithology, pet science, botany, zoology, wrote in isiXhosa. And those texts now we are sharing with agricultural sciences and so forth. So it's important for us that if we are going to do the shifts in the discipline and diversification of the canon, that these texts are not only useful for languages or are not relevant only in African languages, but across disciplines as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, DVC, for bringing me back. I thought I had escaped. I'll be very, very brief. The question on Prof. Maseko, you are doing something very important and foundational. You know, you think about just responding to the question about, you know, we go in circles as academics, we don't seem to know what we're doing. And that one of the question is why I'm even using English to speak about African languages. And oftentimes comments like this simply say shut down and don't say anything as long as you can express that in African languages, almost to shutting down the conversations. But, you know, it takes a tree to build a forest. And also the distinction is also very clear that we talk about English is the language of international communication. And therefore, even as we intellectualize African languages, that does not mean that you won't have any English conversations even about the African languages. I think oftentimes when you speak and advocate for African languages, we seem to be going in exclusive pockets that it can only be an African language and not necessarily. So I'm more on saying, you know, English is not the language of international. It's not true that English is the language of international as the medium of learning and teaching, right? That's not necessarily true. It's a minority language in that case. But as a language of wider communication international, that is true. So we make that distinction very clearly. Epistemic access to what, okay? So for me, language is not everything is language, but we can't really do anything outside of language at the same time. So it is the main. That's why the focus is on the language, is foundational. That's what distinguishes human beings from animals. Okay, so it's the humane thing to have. And the connection for you as a human, you're connected to the world through the word, right? So you need the word in order to have full access to the world in which you inhabit. And if anybody takes away the word from you, right, your humanity is curtailed. Okay, so and that's why it has to be language. You can't talk about education outside of language. Forget it. Okay, so there should not be a confusion that people are just mesmerized or politicizing Africa. It's a foundational human need for us to be part of this world. And this is my, then philosophically, is epistemic access for me, maybe slightly different from a Prof. Maseko, on epistemic access through the African language. But my version of that is epistemic access as a pathway for you coming to know, okay? So first of all, you have ontological access. The nature of these people that you're talking about today, they are multilingual. Therefore, their pathway of coming to know needs to be plural. It's like I have to be on a highway that has got multiple lanes because of the nature of who I am. Therefore, from epistemic access, then to match that episteme, then it is the methodological, right? So that step-by-step approach in which you get me to know is aligned with my episteme and is aligned with the nature of who I am. So it's a whole tricycle in terms of your ontological, epistemological, methodological. And which is why if we say Africans have got the cultural competence of being wired multilingually, the whole idea of no one language being complete without the other is something that is inherent in them. Therefore, you need to offer them that pathway of coming to know is epistemic access to knowing, okay? And you do say that university is about knowledge production. Students come to universities to come to know, even though there might be producers also of the same. Okay, and you say that we should bring communities, let's bring Imbizo and then have everybody here. Sometimes because of the register, you still need to have separation, right? And then you can have, and those dialogues are happening at different levels. With regard to the DBE work that I referred to, there has been a national, what we call rapid assessment, where the political parties, the religious communities, the local communities, the traditional leaders, all of those brought in those conversations where they speak about the question of the desirability, but they can't be here because the registers are different, we have been trained differently. And this forum must be preserved and be allowed to be what it is. Otherwise, epistemic access would be a problem. Right? Thank you.
So I'm going to do something that I was told not to do. And I'm going to use my own power as the host of this forum, and I'm going to allow one last round. I think that the conversation is so thought-provoking that it really does require further engagement. I did promise my dear friend and colleague, Prof. Madiba, that he will be first. So Prof. Madiba, you are going to be first. Then I'm going to use my discretionary powers and say, I've got students attending such an important event. I'll give one student and they must decide who. Then I will move the side and I'll say, oh goodness me, this is so difficult. You were first. So I will give that opportunity to you. No, Kanye, my friend, I love you very much, but no. So that's going to be three hands. I'm sorry. Then we're going to respond, and very quickly, I will ask my colleagues to respond very briefly, and then we'll have a photo session. I hope that's okay. I do apologize for not pointing at you, but I think we're short of time. So, Prof. Madiba, please.
Thank you very much, BBC. I'm not going to comment on what my dear colleagues have said, Professor Makabela and Professor Maseko. I will direct my question to Professor Anthea. Look, the issue of funding is a very critical one. It's a very, very important. In fact, language plan can rise or fall there. Fishman said, for him, language planning is the authoritative allocation of resources. And that's what we have been really struggling. Now we got this, it's not really much, it's very little, but I still believe that if we approach this amount, more constructively, we can still come up with something. In my language, they said, children of one father can share the head of a locust. Mm-hmm. So that implies a lot of things there. So I want to ask from Anthea, Professor Anthea, in terms of collaboration, that principle to me, we have been struggling to get universities to work together, to collaborate. And now that there is this 2.5 million, I think we're going to struggle to get that collaboration. But I think you hold the power, seeing what each university is doing and maybe appealing to each university, maybe you can come together in this kind of project. So I just want to say, do you have any strategy in mind, how you're going to really to encourage collaboration? Because if we don't do that, 2.5 million is nothing. One those that will cost you 500,000. One. So do you have any strategy to ensure collaboration among universities?
Thank you, Prof. So it's around the strategy. Students they've already decided who is going to address us. Apelele, please go ahead. Yeah.
Warm greetings to everyone in the house, and one should take this opportunity and thank the University of KwaZulu-Natal management for actually inviting us as the SRC. My name is Apelele Ngongo, the SRC chairperson of Edgewood Campus. Maybe I'd like to firstly comment on the keynote speaker, which is Prof. Maseko. I'd say I believe that there isn't a 100% inclusivity without multilingualism, because inclusivity speaks of not excluding anyone in the curriculum. So without multilingualism, I have the view that our students are somehow like left out in the lectures, because you find that the universities are using the dominant language, which is actually English, to deliver all lectures to students. And that is only advantageous to the students that are using the dominant language as their home language, and to us, students who are not maybe using English as their home language or their mother tongue. Our societies use isiZulu, isiXhosa, and when we get into the university level or even in high school, like there isn't like a multilingualism in our lectures. You find that you cannot just speak isiZulu like in a lecture. I don't know if you get me in that regard. Then
so Apelele, I'm going to, because of time,
yes.
So just ask you to just ask the question, and then I can move on to the last.
No problem, Prof.
Sure.
Yes, and another thing that I wish maybe it could be implemented, Prof, is the one of code switching in our lectures for learners to have an understanding. If they are not understanding what is being delivered, then my question is that, is there like collaboration or integration between the higher education sector and high school? Because to be honest, it starts at a high school level, or should I say the basic education, to understand, or should I say the use of multilingualism should start in high school than in universities. So is there any collaboration that you'll have with the education sector in high schools? Thank you.
Thank you very much, leadership. Let's move to the last hand.
Sanbonani.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's Vanessa Chilwani from the South African Council for Educators. Thank you so much, Prof. Masivi. I just would like to indicate that we have 10 professional teaching standards for the teaching profession, and particularly standard number 7, which says teachers understand the language, that language plays an important role in teaching and learning. And our substandard 7.5, teachers recognize that all learners need to acquire and hone foundational skills in language and numeracy, and that there is a strong interrelationship between language and numeracy. I'd like to make a call to Nelson Mandela University that we extend the glossary to include teacher education. I think there is a game changer there. I think it's where we're moving to as a country, and it will respond to the Department of Basic Education's incremental implementation of African languages. I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You see, I'm so bland. I can't see that it's you from here. Wonderful, wonderful. Good to see you again. And I want to just declare it's not a bias. Everyone who just spoke is from education. So it just, it just happened by coincidence. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, SRC, for the question you are raising. Very true. That's what we are saying. Without bringing African languages into the classroom that were historically occupied by English in South Africa, you cannot talk about inclusivity, or even for that matter, not just inclusivity, but quality education. And you are right also that there's a gap between what the communities are doing out there, how you normally make sense around the world, because you are human beings are very intelligent. They're able to make sense of the world around them, but it's only the classroom that is saying you cannot behave in your natural habitus. A classical example, many children in Soweto and many other those places, before the age 6, they're able to have conversation in more than one language, and they buy spatlo, they do the normal things, very intelligent kids. But when they come to the classroom, that's the first time they're told you can only use one language, okay? So for me, it is that language, but it's about restricting them to using only one mode. So what I was saying in my talk was that the Department of Basic Education has now taken what you say, normalized code switching. So we call it trans-languaging in a slightly different way, but it's the same thing from your point of view, where more than one language can be used in the same lesson, because from the rapid assessment done nationally, that is found to be the case. Every teacher in a public school, they code switch. But the problem is there's a gap between assessment and teaching. So then they are assessed monolingually, and that is creating a lot of teachers feel they're smuggling languages and they feel like they're thieves, therefore they cannot be, and the materials are not supporting them either. So to formalize that means that the department has to work towards that sense. This is what you already do, is okay, and it's normal, you can be creative about that. And because of that, that's why even in higher education, that gap is that at the university level, you can have a policy that says you've got isiZulu as English and maybe another language in the policy. That is the form. But in actual use, if you are learning commercial subjects in the classroom, the lecturer can allow, should allow students to use, because in any case, even if the lecturer doesn't want that, it is happening in your head anyway, right? So what they do is to try to match what they're doing and what is happening in your way. If the lecturer doesn't know the other language, they just give you a little corner to say, think about it in any language, and you can scribble, you can do however way. Just acknowledgement, that's the basic and the beginning of being a game changer, okay? So I would say maybe that's what you're asking, but that's why we are here with in this to say, can we do that better, organize that with the more money that you have had. Happen is about to enable all of that. And the beauty of the trans-languaging or code switching is that it incrementally brings African languages. So the corpus development of vocabulary that is needed is not developed in isolation from actual classroom use, okay? Because what we do as academics, we sit down, we develop vocabulary in science, but that is not necessarily what is actually used in the classroom. But if you allow for that, so it's coming from bottom up and you build the corpus from there. That is why we say this is a low-hanging fruit. So everybody can grab that while you're allowing the students who are developing the vocabulary and at the same time. Okay, I think we are good.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Madiba. Yeah, so you make a very good point that although the pot we have is small, with a bit of strategic thinking, we can make it do a lot more than we may imagine. So there are a number of things we're looking at. It's become obvious through the bird's eye view we now have of what institutions are doing. It's become evident, and I think you'll be seeing that also from the Sadila audit report of resources. It's become evident that there are several pathways for collaboration. Universities can collaborate around languages that they share in common. All right. So if you were to take Isikosa, you say, okay, Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu, NMU, UWC, and co. You can come together and collaborate there. All right. Collaboration can also come through shared expertise. And again, that should come through from the Sadler report later today. So if there's someone at University X who can run a workshop on multilingual pedagogies or translanguaging, for instance, why don't you have the person over and then you have expertise in some other area that could be of interest to that other university? So there are avenues for collaboration in terms of the sharing of expertise. And that also includes, by the way, technical skills. So again, from the audit report, hopefully you'll be able to see that there are notes of excellence on the landscape with respect to specific kinds of expertise, all right? Maybe another area where universities could collaborate would just be in terms of repurposing or optimizing resources. So you have material that has been subtitled in one language, right? The other language community can simply say, look, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You already have a lecture on physical oceanography, for instance, in this language. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. I can just provide subtitles in my language, layer it into your own existing resource, or voiceover, for instance. So there are a number of possible pathways we'll be looking at that would hopefully make it possible for us to achieve much more than what the funding might suggest, right? And it would require collaboration, synergies amongst institutions. And that is actually one of the cardinal principles of this language framework, that we need to transcend the silos within which we have traditionally worked. And one good example that we have for this is in the Bakonde project. So institutions typically want to keep their things because they've used their own money and all of that. But what the repository that has been created there shows is that, look, your authorship is acknowledged, all right, of this resource. No one is stealing that from you, okay? Mbulu Madiba produced this resource or so date. If you like, put copyright there, right? Pamela Maseko produced this. So we share the resources and take away those fears we have traditionally had of, oh, someone is going to steal my thing. None of that is going to happen. But if I may quickly just add to the discussion on inclusivity, in some of the literature, we actually have 3 steps. And I'm going to use a very simple analogy to round up. Diversity, you have a seat on the table, but you say nothing, all right? In a restaurant, you're there, you say nothing. Inclusivity, yes, you're allowed to talk, but there's a 3rd layer, belonging. How does the waiter serve you? Reluctantly, take your food. Do you feel you belong? And one aspect of multilingualism is to foster that sense of belonging. I am in my space. I don't feel like a foreigner. I don't feel like a stranger here. I belong, all right? So I'm not just there to complete the number, to diversify the faces. I'm not just there because someone has to reluctantly listen to me or allow me to speak, but I'm there because I have acknowledged in my fullness for who I am, and I have equal speaking rights as anyone else. So belonging, diversity, inclusion, belonging management. Thank you.
I'll be quick. Just to say that we, Lokan, you can correct me afterwards. I think we have subject or themes on teacher education or general education, but we can correct that afterwards. I know Nokanye was actively involved in the development of these glossaries. So we would happily share and also learn from you. I think that's important. Thank you so much.
Yes, round of applause. So colleagues, I know I did something that I should not have done, but I think it was important to do it. We've gone beyond our allocated time, but we'll catch up. We're going to go for lunch very soon. We have a request that we have a photo session just outside the admin building. There are going to be people going to direct us there. We go there together, we have a photo, and then immediately after that, lunch will be served. Let me take this opportunity to thank our three speakers who are absolutely fantastic. I think all of you will agree with me that it's been a thought-provoking session. We thank you for your availability today and for thought-provoking engagements. Thank you so much. On that note, colleagues, let's move very swiftly along. Outside, we will take that photo and then we'll come back for lunch later. Thank you.
Many thank you. It was really, really brilliant. And one of the things that is resonating in mind is that we looking at here, because we're starting with linguistically reconciliation. So before the no project, maybe oh, okay. Oh, all right. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Oh, we're done. Thank you, Sergio. Yeah. So, yeah, so we need to have this conversation. Fine. Is this your computer? Okay. Okay, thanks, Morgan. I had to, wherever I've been, it's almost, last week I had a person. Very strange. Very strange. Yeah. Yeah, but we started working on that for school, but also media and they're all in the exactly. Oh, we have to go. And I'm the one who was telling people to do this.
Oh, thanks, Jonathan. Thanks. It works.
Okay. Start with the chat.
Okay, just
yeah, I'll remind you.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All the questions you make.
Okay, so it's on the stick. Maybe if you can just drag and drop it to the desktop.
So
you can. Okay.
We will leave our
things there. Okay.
Colleagues have been asked to ask or to request that you all move very quickly, please, to take that photo just outside. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Wait, outside. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. My brother? Good to see you.
Perfect. Everything going well. Thank you.
Room? Go to extend. Fine. The first presentation, the one that was found out was very soon. Yeah, they get it try to sort that. She's not confused when she comes. No, the one point sign language to look this one. No, this one. Yeah, the one from me. Yeah. Yeah. That's one slideshow. Go to slideshow, whatever. So that she's minimize it. Yeah. No, it's fine. I think it's this one. It's fine now. No. Yeah, but it's fine. It's just great. But all the projector is fine.
Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. My name is Tebogora Hogo. I'm based at the Tshwane University of Technology, Department of Applied Languages. So I'm going to be the chairperson of this session. And we have only 1 hour and 25 minutes for this session. So all the presenters, please make sure that you encapsulate your presentation accordingly, so that we can also do justice to the question and answer session. So I'm going to request all the presenters to sit here, but I see Professor Toby van Dijk is here, Professor Langa Kumalo is here. Lisa, you can also come forward. And our first presenter is Ms. Asanda Kachwa. I think Prof. Diketi Makalela is happy because Asanda is actually a vet. She's from vet. And Dr. Majol, I'm sure you are also happy. Although hearing, Asanda has South African Sign Language as both her mother tongue and first language. She's on her final stages of reading for an MA in Forensic Linguistics with the University of the Western Cape, an accredited South African Sign Language interpreter, and in process of acquiring her international accreditation as an international sign interpreter. She has 23 years experience of simultaneous sign language interpreting, is a trainer, mentor, language and cultural activist, and a simple mother of 3. Above all, Asanda aspires to uplift the deaf community. In a way tailored to the hearing, she champions increased resources and training for South African Sign Language interpreters while advocating for a more inclusive society. And I think I had an opportunity to read her work. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she's one of the best sign language interpreters in the country. She's actually the best sign language interpreter in the country. The platform is yours, Ms. Kachwa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if you're discouraged because I'm not professor. Now you are reluctant to say good afternoon. But I promise you I'm going to school you. Dr. Rahoho, also, thank you for the introduction. I didn't promise him anything for that intro, so don't expect anything. I would like to extend my gratitude for the invitation. I currently work for the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I work with politicians. I'm not an academic, but I'm a young academic, if there's such a thing. So, you know, some of the habits do rub off, like the habits of politicians will say, all protocols observed. So in case I don't leave out people or step on people's toes, you know. When I was given this presentation, which was sometime last week, I haven't had a wink of sleep because the title of this presentation is so huge. And I realized that we could have, according to academia, we could have 5 to 6 subtopics just on this heading. We could talk about South African Sign Language as a language on its own. We could talk about South African Sign Language interpreters as the profession, South African Sign Language interpreter training, which is not currently available in any of our institutions of higher learning. We could talk about deafness as the disability. We could talk about access of learners within, I mean, in a broader society, just the experience of a deaf learner, of a deaf person. Okay, I'm going to skip that because I added it so I can look like I've done some reading. Currently, we have seen that there are over 70 million deaf people. You know, when you're invited to talk about, I feel that South African Sign Language interpreting and deaf people is such a small, unique, and peculiar subject or topic. So every time we are invited to talk, to present, you're always tempted to just give a little bit background to throw in, like this stat, that we have over 70 million deaf people worldwide. So the HOH means hard of hearing. So hard of hearing people, we have hard of hearing people who sees, who feels, who refer themselves as deaf, or they fall under the category of deafness, and they use South African Sign Language. And that is very important to note because in your institutions, you are going to have someone who have some residual hearing, who have some ability to speak, and you're going to say, but why do you need a sign language interpreter? Because you can talk, right? We don't need those things. So they also need access through sign language interpreters. Anyway, in South Africa, we have over 1 million South African Sign Language users of sign language. Those are the current stats. Importantly to mention, and I'm sure more than 80%, perhaps 85% of the room doesn't know this. South African Sign Language is unique to South Africa. Sign language is not universal. If there's anything that you remember from my presentation, please remember that South African Sign Language is unique to South Africa. Every country have its own sign language. And what is even more peculiar with South Africa is the different dialects of spoken languages, because we know languages don't grow in isolation, right? They feed off each other. This still needs research still. However, we have seen that there are, on average, 8 different dialects of South African Sign Language. Interesting, huh? I was expecting, nothing yet. It's coming, it's coming. Now, the standard sequence of your spoken languages will always be, or mainly, will be subject, verb, object, right? Inkwenkwe ikhaba ibhola, ibhola ne? Umfana ukhahlela ibhola. Or what's the other language? The boy, the sien skop the bow. So the sequence is more or less the same. However, it has been discovered with South African Sign Language, it works out differently. The structure is different. It will be subject. The verb will always mainly will come last. So it will be inkwenkwe ibhola ikhaba. You must call me for a workshop. I'll run a workshop for you. They will do sign language linguistics beautifully. We know sign languages are made through the medium of space, not sound, like your spoken languages, and you use your face. That is why when you see your sign language interpreters on television, they are using their face, and you are asking, why are they moving their faces? The 60% of the grammar is on the face. So if you remove the face, you would have lost the whole conversation. Now, the challenges of sign language in South Africa, in particular, South Africa, are multidimensional. As a result, our institutions of higher learning see South African Sign Language as a matter to be dumped, in inverted commas, I forgot to highlight and underline, to be dumped to the disability unit. Matters of sign language in your institutions should not be dumped in the disability unit. It is South African Sign Language. Therefore, it belongs with other languages. So the challenge with sign language and deafness, it has these challenges. There's an impairment with these, which is the inability to hear, one. And then the other part is sign language, which is what we're talking about. I'm not going to bore you with all the legal context and the legal background and the legislations that we have. We know South Africa is the most beautiful legislation, and for the longest time we've mentioned that is South African Sign Language has always been mentioned as one of the languages that that PENSAB had to promote in South Africa. In particular, in section 35, mentions that clearly. We also have the Universal Declaration of Linguistic Rights, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and its optional protocols as adopted in 2009. And we know we have all these beautiful legislations. That is why I was one of the people who was not excited when South African Sign Language was pronounced to be official. Because so what? It's official, so what? We're having a challenge of competing with isiXhosa. That is complaining they don't have funding. So we're adding to the no funding, 2.5 million. You are complaining there's no money. We're adding the 12th language, but then that's not for me to say. Maybe I should encourage for the increase in the 2.5 million. So there are two views that usually you will get. You'll have a human rights view, which is usually adopted by the speakers of the language or deaf people. And you have, I'm sorry to point at you, your view, which is the academic view. So the human rights, the basic human rights view will be, one, nothing about us without us. So exactly what we're doing now. We are talking about deaf people, we are talking about their language in absentia. And the deaf community, however, need to come to grips with the current realities, which is academia. They cannot exercise their basic right to use the old basic right of each deaf person has a right, a basic human right to choose the interpreter of their choice, to use the interpreter of their choosing. But within the academic space, that is not possible, right? It's not possible for a student to have an interpreter of their choosing. Now, if a deaf student registers, they are usually, by our institutions of higher learning, they're usually forbidden to change their courses mid-year. So they must make an option, a choice, take a choice. Early in the year, they have no right to choose because then it's going to be very expensive to get another interpreter. It's complicated and it becomes a very expensive exercise, we're told. And deaf students do not have an advantage of late registration. So we have seen with, I'm from the Eastern Cape, we've seen, I'm tempted to mention a university, but because I like the colleagues that are here, I'm not going to mention. I'm not going to mention this university, but there's 4 universities in the Eastern Cape, as you all know. One particular university this year had a student who wanted to study law, and that student was rejected. Not because his marks he did not qualify, his marks were low, simply because they said, I have emails, we don't have an interpreter for you. It's 10 minutes already, I'm in slide 3. So that student was rejected. Hopefully that 2.5 million will also cater for services of sign language interpreters for these deaf students, so they don't get to be rejected by our institutions. Now, in a case where university is proactive and employs a sign language interpreter, preempting that next year there will be interpreters. Ta-da, 2024, you might not have students enrolling. So it's a catch-22, it's a catch whatever situation. Reference, South African Sign Languages. I think I mentioned how the process of sign language and how it's produced. And that is a fully fledged language, and it's a natural language, it's a visual gestural language that has been researched and proven as early as 1960 by William Stoke. We don't need to go there, and a lot of scholars who have confirmed that and investigated that it follows a particular linguistic structure. Now, what is very important? What is a dilemma? The foundational challenges, I think this is very important, although I'll read through it. By a court order, the South African government, through the Department of Basic Education, directed schools of the deaf throughout the country to introduce South African Sign Language officially as a home language subject. SISL was thus introduced officially in schools for the deaf for the first time in the history of deaf education in 2015. So that is how CAPS was introduced, which is a policy statement for learning and teaching in South African Sign Language in our deaf schools. It was introduced in deaf schools for the purpose of teaching sign language as a subject, therefore giving deaf learners a foundation to which to acquire also a second language, or which their second language will be based on. Now, this introduction of SISL as a language was a dreadful and a challenging experience for teachers in particular, because teachers were not ready, they were not trained. Now, SISL has been offered as a home language recently in 2015. Now, generally within the South African education system, home language is defined as a language first acquired by learners through immersion at home. For a deaf learner, they don't have the ability or the opportunity to have sign language as a home language, because we have seen through research more than 95% of deaf learners come from hearing families. So they don't have an opportunity to learn incidentally their first or home language. So they go to a school where they have teachers who don't know sign language. That is why we have the poor results at the end of the year. Therefore, we have low intakes at the end of at our universities. I'm trying to summarize, because now as opposed to home language, the first additional language, which is FAL level, refers to when learners do not necessarily have any knowledge of the language when they arrive at school. We have seen with deaf learners that a deaf learner will not have a home language, will not have first additional language, will not have even second additional language. They come to school, average age is 12 years. They come to school for the first time, 12 years, they have no access to anything. They don't have access to language at all. Now, for the majority of deaf learners in schools for the deaf, their first language is South African Sign Language, and all sign languages have no written form. Sign language is not in written form. We have developed a way to write it in English, but on its own, it does not have a written form. This means that despite the fact that sign language is the language of learning and teaching and assessment for all subjects in a deaf school, which is on paper and beautiful, all the educational documentation and textbooks in our deaf schools are in written English, which is making education inaccessible for deaf children. We've mentioned the statistic where Storbeck mentions that an average age of a deaf child is 12 years old. Okay, now we are in the issue, the saga, the chicken and the egg saga continues. Our institutions of higher learning are not really adequately equipped to train our teachers. Currently, you are not ready. Sign language has just been pronounced to be one of the official languages, but our institutions are snapping. They are not ready. The Eastern Cape have 4 deaf schools. And supposedly, South African Sign Language is a medium of instruction, but according to Storbeck, there is only less than 3% of teachers in our deaf schools that can fluently use South African Sign Language to teach. Our 4 universities, we have 4 universities and 9 TVET colleges, and none of them offer anything vaguely close to South African Sign Language or a short course. But I'm delighted that I heard this morning that Nelson Mandela University will be starting to offer a short course in South African Sign Language, which is great. Now, we also have a challenge with sign language interpreter. Your success with enrolling and supporting deaf learners, unfortunately, is dependent on the quality training of your sign language interpreters. If you don't have quality interpreters, currently we have only 13 accredited interpreters in the country. And yes, of course, I'm one of them. 13 for the whole country. So there's a need for training. There's a need for interpreter training. So that is how we can, that is my stats. That is how we can support our interpreters. Let me quickly go to the recommendations. Now, where should your money go? You can get experts on learning to design your learning environment with universal design concepts. Importantly, begin with the correct placement of your sign language interpreters. remove it from the disability unit, as we have mentioned, and move it to other languages. 2, reskilling of already experienced interpreters. Just because we only have 13 accredited interpreters, it does not mean we don't have interpreters that are good enough to work as interpreters. So reskilling of experienced interpreters, upskilling of young coders. Coders are children of deaf adults. Coders are like a rare group. For the longest time, they are hearing children who are birthed by deaf people, and they acquire the language. We know 7 years of a child are very important. They are immersed in the language. They grow up with the language. They learn the language. So if you can get them, reskill them, and make them interpreters, train them to be interpreters. Importantly, bridging courses for our deaf learners. There are cracks, there are huge gaps. And also, remember, our deaf learners are not used to working with interpreters from the school. So they get into a new system, they have to learn academia, and they have to learn how to use an interpreter as well. Offer South African Sign Language as a major, as a minor. Train sign language interpreters in your institution's output for the whole of South Africa, as we're saying that South Africa is not ready. Fund sign language related projects. It's said that UNISA once upon a time, I think we did a project many years ago. Was it 2006? I'm revealing my age. Don't be deceived by my looks. 2006, we did training with UNISA, or 1-year program for sign language interpreters. All of a sudden, there was no funding after that. And VETS, where I did my undergrad as well, they had in 2003, they had a diploma, a 3-year diploma, beautiful program. It just fell apart. And people are working in silos. If we could just work together and fund these programs. And technology is useful for deaf students. When you hire interpreters, be considerate that you might need to hire an interpreter, hire lip speakers, hire note takers, and you might need to have a loop system for those who are using hearing aids. You might need to have subtitles. You might need to have your smart boards and a video camera, because we don't document anything that has to do with sign language, but we record spoken languages. So we'd like to implore this conference to make a resolution for all institutions to be part of a South African Sign Language academic sharing platform, where South African Sign Language finally can be intellectualized. As the institution of higher learning, will hopefully, when you do review your language policy, we wish that you'll be mindful and also deliberately mention and South African Sign Language. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kacha. I think I did indicate that, yeah, she is the best sign language interpreter in the country. And I think we should give her a proper round of applause. All right, thank you so much for encapsulating your presentation. I think we're going to have the question and answer session. So we're going to move straight to the second presentation by Ms. Lisa Combrick, who is actually the Chief Director at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And yeah, she's the Chief Director of the National Language Service within the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. She was previously the head of communications in the then Department of Sport, in the then Department of Arts and Culture. She's a poet and an organizer of literary events. She has worked in national government in various capacities for more than 20 years as a media research director, a speechwriter, a media liaison officer, a spokesperson, amongst others. Prior to that, she worked as a lecturer and as an editor. She's the author of volume of poetry and is published in a number of anthologies. Research interests include language, poetry, and sociological poetics. Lisa, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. I think I'm going to say what was said earlier, and that is all protocols observed. Is that me? Program Director, I hope you'll indulge me a little bit since I lost a few minutes as this presentation got loaded. So I'm speaking here on behalf of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And I wanted to begin by saying that for us, the topic at hand, which is really about resource sharing models, must mean how do we work together through holding hands, through collaboration and co-creation, not silos, not separate affairs or in isolation. Yes, let us recognize centers of excellence and the importance of differentiating between who does what, but let us walk forward together. Therefore, consider this presentation as a manifesto of belonging, an invite for uniting and unifying all our work. As the National Language Service located in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we are very humble. We are not an elephant in the room by any stretch of the imagination. We're more like a small meerkat or maybe even a porcupine. And I think therefore we acknowledge big players with bigger budgets like the Pan-South African Language Board, SADILA, SADILA, which is our very big brother, and also the universities in our midst, who have both the intellectual muscle and are relatively rich in resources and capital. And therefore, we think we can only make strides if we all work together. The National Language Service takes its mandate from the Constitution and the Use of Official Languages Act 12 of 2012. The work we do is to promote the use and equal status of all official languages. This entails the development of language terminologies, human language technologies, language policy development and implementation, translation and editing services in all official languages. So we consist of 4 directorates. The first, language planning and development, that facilitates the development and implementation of legislation and language policy, coordinates the awarding of language bursaries in partnership with universities, builds stakeholder relations, and organizes the National Language Stakeholder Engagement Forum. This particular unit has also been a think tank of sorts for the implementation of the South African Language Practitioners Council. This unit also sort of runs with the campaign of UNESCO, which is around the International Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022 to 2032. And the various projects associated with it, the World Atlas of Languages, language data that needs to be sort of loaded onto the UNESCO system, as well as the work of ACALAN, including African Languages Week, which I think South Africa will do in 2023, although it's been an ACALAN program since 2022. The Human Language Technologies Unit implements the National Human Language Technology Strategy, provides financial support towards the development of language technologies that assist in bridging the digital divide. It also trains language practitioners in the use of HLTs. Most of the HLT projects are multi-year projects run by universities. Then we also have a translation and editing unit that facilitates access to information and services in the citizens' official languages of choice and enables the country to transact globally through translation and/or editing. Finally, we have terminology coordination, which facilitates the development of terminology in all the official languages in various subject fields. So the objective is to generate specialized terminologies in previously modernized languages and to coordinate projects nationally to avoid duplication and ensure ease of access. So I just want to go into details about some of the projects, especially in terms of where we cooperate with the higher education sector. So firstly, it's the Language Bursary Project. The Language Bursary Project began so that there could be more qualified language practitioners that work in language units. This project was introduced to close that gap. As far as I'm aware, it's the only dedicated language bursary project in the entire country. It has a very modest budget, but at least it provides something. Thank you. So in this last 3-year cycle, we've had 250 students. Well, that's the target, registered in 6 universities: Northwest University, University of Free State, University of Venda, University of Western Cape, University of Wits, and Fort Hare University. But for more than 10 years, these bursaries have been awarded to students for the language sector. To date, 4,000 students have benefited from this initiative. But more needs to be done to accommodate more relevant subject fields that are not currently covered, including journalism, creative arts, etc. So we are hoping that other institutions can come on board to also provide funding for those subject areas not currently covered by this bursary scheme. And we also feel that 6 universities, while significant, are not enough. We need to partner with more in the future. So the current bursary cycle is coming to an end. We've already put out a call for applications. An adjudication committee has already met to look at proposals for the next 3 years, and recommendations are in progress. Secondly, we run human language technologies projects. Some of them, and I'm not going to go into them in detail, but we are supporting an online platform for the immersive learning of isiZulu here at UKZN. We are advancing South African Sign Language using place names And that project is carried out by the University of the Free State. We are extending the multilingual corpus of Code Switch South African Speech. It's a partnership with Stellenbosch University. We are also doing Python and neural NLP resources for South African languages with Northwest, and digitalizing the South African Sign Language with RIA, which is the only, I think, private player among those that I've already mentioned. We are also working on applying voice computing technology to language literacy with the CSIR, working on lexicography for modern day language use with UNISA, and an electronic isiZulu cultural dictionary with UniZulu. So next year, we will also put out a new call for HLT proposals. Successful applicants enter into either 12, 24, or 36-month contracts. Then we also have a translation and editing section, which facilitates access to information and services in the citizens' languages of choice. I think we have quite a big unit. There could be something like, I don't know, how many officials, colleagues? 20, 30 officials doing this work. How does this fit in to the higher education sector? Well, we document pairing from source and target languages, and these can be utilized as data to input into systems to build up memories through knowledge production, sharing, and mutual learning between and within languages through translation systems, and also terminology development. In terms of the terminology coordination project, there are a number of domains that we are currently focused on. We are focused in developing terminology at present around indigenous plants and animals, ICT, road safety, engineering, and construction. And we also collaborate with institutions of higher learning in terminology development. Currently, we are also working on a national terminology project, which we believe can also be important for the higher education sector, because we know that individual universities may have their own term banks, but there also probably not enough cooperation across institutions in that regard. Dr. Machaba, who is here with us today, if you could just stand for a second. She's running with the National Terminology Policy Project, and she will be able to provide you more details in terms of participation. Dr. Rahoho here is the chair of the National Steering Committee on National Terminology Policy. As I've indicated earlier, we also support the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. We have created a roadmap for what we want to achieve. I'm not going to go into details of the roadmap because I see I'm busy running out of time. But there's sort of various projects related to the roadmap that we are implementing and carrying out, including South African Sign Language, etc. We've also partnered with higher education institutions. We've partnered with TUT on the ALASA conference. We've partnered with University of Pretoria, which was a forum organized around teaching the methodology of African language modules in African languages, and was really a cooperation with other Southern and East African countries as well. We also have the National Language Stakeholder Forum that is held annually, and it brings together language practitioners from around the country. This year's forum in October was attended by about 322 people from national, provincial departments, metropolitan areas, legislatures, etc. So just to then also go on to the South African Sign Language, we've also put together a team that are also working on the implementation of South African Sign Language as an official language. We're also helping other government departments around a toolkit on this implementation. But we're also working on amendments to the Use of Official Languages Act, both to accommodate South African Sign Language, but there are also other aspects of the Act that need to be reviewed. After all, it was a 2012 Act. Just in conclusion, colleagues, I think again, the challenge is how do we work together, not as competitors, but as co-creators and collaborators. Language policy for higher education is not just about language policy at higher education institutions. It has profound implications for those who study at these institutions and go out to the world of work. The qualifications, credentials, knowledge, self-understanding, commitment of those we send out as language practitioners in all these various domains of justice, government services, school, health, etc., depends on what they learn at universities. Therefore, there must also be consciousness inculcated. So I think we also need to look as championing languages to take forward the unfinished business of transformation 30 years into freedom and democracy. Universities alone, I think, can lead us in that direction because language is social, language is dialogue, language is creative social activity. For us, we would like to see universities launching in their respective spaces the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. We would also like to see your full participation in the making of the national terminology policy. We would like to see more focus on language teaching and training at higher education institutions. As we assess proposals for language bursaries from universities, we note that only a few are embracing South African sign languages. We would also like to see more cooperation across schools, institutions, interdisciplinary studies, looking at other challenges of multifunctional multilingualism. What are the languages of the future? What about languages and future studies? What about the economics of language? We've done a little bit of research on this, but that is nothing. It's not enough. My last words, Program Director, is that what we do for multilingualism is what we do for multilateralism in the world. What we do to fight racism through use of our indigenous languages is also how we fight racism and unilateralism elsewhere, and how apartheid can be fought anywhere and everywhere. And my final words is from Walter Benjamin in his thesis of history, where he says that not even the dead will be safe from the enemy if he is victorious. And this enemy has not ceased to be victorious. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I think we should do it again, colleagues. A round of applause. All right, thank you. The third presenter is Professor Langakumalo. Prof, let me encapsulate your profile. Professor Langakumalo is a professor and executive director of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources at the Northwest University. SADLA is one of the 13 research infrastructure as established in the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap that are funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. SADLA is one of the 2 research infrastructures in the humanities and social sciences. SADLA has a strategic function to stimulate and support research and development in the domains of human language technologies, natural language processing, language-related studies, and digital humanities in the humanities and social science fraternity. His predecessors are Professors Justus Roos and Professors Ati Dilang He holds a PhD in linguistics from University of Oslo, Norway, and an MPhil in linguistics from Cambridge, based in the UK. And he's the current chair and coordinator of the African Union on isiZulu Language Commission. Prof, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Academics are very innovative people and very agile. And so I'm going to corrupt the political speak for the purposes of saving time and say all protocol observed. I know that we are running 10 minutes late in our space, but I'm going to see how we can accelerate our presentation. I'm here to introduce a work of a team that actually went across all our universities to put together what has become a national language resources audit, something that we need before us in order to make informed decision. And I think the biggest key word for those of us who work with corpus data and are familiar with frequently word list is collaboration. This whole edifice is going to collapse in our faces if we continue to work in silos. Collaboration is key, and sustainability is a lifeline that must, and I think in our presentation is going to be articulated for us to actually effectively be seen to be implementing this language policy framework for higher education institutions. We have had the budget. Unfortunately, it's coming 29 years late, but it's here nevertheless. And I'm here borrowing from an esteemed colleague of mine that I was talking to over lunch. It is small if we are going to continue with the exercise of functioning in our silos. It is a huge boost if we are going to move beyond our silos and collaborate. Without really wasting your time, the imperative to re-intellectualize our African languages has been articulated by our fine speakers. We might be coming from different backgrounds in terms of even of our specialization, but the question is, how do we language this science that grapples and is at the center of higher education? The elephant in the room is the language of science. And we need to provide an infrastructure that supports that language of science, that is accessible to all, that will make this drive to epistemic access, to borrow from Prof. Makalela, a success. So the report you are about to receive presents the current state of the art as it subsists in our universities. And on the basis of that state of the art, we need to frame, we need to model a solution that will move us away from this silo mentality into a collaborative framework that is going to benchmark, draw from the benchmark, strengthen those that are lagging behind, and actually give them the speed with which to catch up with those that are actually doing very well in this language implementation space. The report is written by a team. I would love for them to stand up and you see them, but for us to save time, you will see in the report that we're going to share at the end of this session, the team that put together the report, they are all acknowledged there, including the universities that welcomed us in their campuses when we were putting together the report. The report is a single presentation, but in the true spirit of collaboration, it is going to see three players coming into the podium. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Prof, for encapsulating your presentation. So our next presenter is Professor Toby van Wyk. So those who participated in the language resources audit, I think you are familiar with his face. And Professor Toby van Wyk is a professor of applied linguistics at Northwest University School of Languages. His research focus is on language for specific purposes, in particular language for academic purposes. The matter of language planning and management is currently high on his research agenda. He's the author and co-author of numerous publications in local and international journals, and is an NRF-rated researcher. In 2023, he was seconded to Sadler to take the responsibility for the National Language Resources Audit at South African universities. The fundamental aim was to reach informed decisions about the needs and readiness of universities to implement the National Language Policy Framework for public higher education institutions. Formerly, Professor van Wyk was the head of the Center for Academic and Professional Language Practice and director of the School of Languages, both at Northwest University. Prof, the platform is yours.
So colleagues, good afternoon to you all. It's nice seeing a number of familiar faces here again. I indeed saw you throughout the year while we were busy with the language resources audit, and it's really good to see you again. I can't recall all your names. I do apologize for that, but at least I remember the faces. I also want to say, you know, I'm always cautious when you're on the program for after lunch, because people are tired and they want to take a nap. But, you know, after listening to this morning sessions, Lisa, Asanda, Prof. Lekete, Prof. Pamela, Prof. Bessie, after listening to all of you, I realized you actually paved the way for me. So this will actually be a very easy presentation because you've set the scene already. And I'm not going to say all protocols observed, but thank you from my side to Yusuf, Pancel, and the LTSG, and of course the leadership of UKZN for inviting us. Colleagues, at long last, this day arrived, and after today, we're allowed, in terms of protocol, to share the report, the National Language Resources Audit Report, to all of you. You see the online link on screen already, but we'll share it online, and hard copies have already been couriered to university leaders, university management. Okay, so a few introductory remarks. We have a problem from the language resources audit data, and it seems to us that that problem is an absence of reference model for the successful implementation of the language policy framework. And this, in the end, will probably result in a deficiency for purposes of optimization. Secondly, we found that there are very limited examples illustrating transparent, sustainable, affordable, and accountable practices in terms of language planning and management. And you will hear a lot of what I'm saying today is reiterations of what we've heard this morning in the previous 5 discussions. So, yeah, we all know the issue about the hegemony of English. English rules the world. It also rules the higher education sector in South Africa. We've realized after the audit that there's a huge need for action in South Africa and not just statements of intent. And this was a big point of criticism from both staff and students at universities in South Africa, that my institution, our institutions, tend to do a lot of window dressing. They write excellent reports and they tick the boxes, but there's no true action. And then we also found that there are very limited resources available in this country, especially in terms of human capacity. We need more expertise in terms of language planning and management. We need much more financial resources as well as technical infrastructures. A lot of criticism was lodged against what students and staff called top-down approaches. So what you typically find at universities is that the university management write the policies, not necessarily always engaging or consulting colleagues, and then they force it down. But we have seen that a top-down and a bottom-up approach is really a good and an efficient way. So typically you will scale things down, and people at grassroots level will do certain things and people in management will do other things or will take responsibility for other things. And where those two meet, you probably will have success. Okay, now I don't know why it doesn't want to continue, but let's see if I can do it this way. Okay. Again, the point of interinstitutional collaboration, but also collaboration within institutions, and I'll share a bit more on that later. So can this broad problem be addressed? Yes, of course it can be addressed, and the expectations are extremely high according to the audit data. Staff and students really expect us, and us, it's the collective us sitting here today, to do something. Government, university management, the lecturer in the classroom, support services at universities, other entities like PANSELP, SADILAR, etc. They are expected, or we are expected, to address the problem. A very clear interest and a commitment, a very strong commitment, was expressed by the sector towards advancing multilingualism among both staff and students. And I don't know if I just missed them, but it's unfortunate that the student representatives left, because I think they would have liked to hear a few things here. So what are the next steps? What we've gathered from the audit is that people are looking for a national entity, somebody who can take the lead and who assumes the function of a hub, a so-called hub, with the important role or directive in guiding language policy planning and management. We really have a lack of capacity in South Africa in terms of this. This entity, it was articulated very clearly, should be independent, non-competing, and strategically positioned. So universities strongly argued for the entity not to reside within a specific institution. It should be a national entity if we have a look at the data. And the purpose of this entity will be to harness, to aggregate, and to create a constellation of what we call normal language resources, as well as digital language resources that can be technically maintained and made accessible to all universities in South Africa. A further purpose of such an entity will be to steer an open, a collaborative, and inclusive process to implement the language policy framework. And we do this in support of the department, but it cannot be done by a single entity. Again, the matter of collaboration is very, very important. And you will note there on screen PANSELP, DIRISA, COPOL within the use of structures, and of course, all public universities. So we have to work against those silos that Prof. Langa spoke about. So what was the purpose of this whole language resources audit? We had to investigate language resources at universities and approaches that universities follow to strengthen the indigenous languages as languages of scholarship, teaching and learning, and a language of communication. This policy framework is unique in 3 ways. Firstly, it will require annual reporting from the Vice-Chancellors, and this it will entail reporting on the implementation of the policy framework, the monitoring of the success of the implementation, and evaluating the successes. A second uniqueness of this policy is that it very clearly states English. We all know and understand the value of English, but English plus 2 indigenous languages. And remember what I said about window dressing. So de facto, everything happens in English, and the data was very, very clear on that. But we have to look at English plus 2 additional languages. More on that a little later. And then lastly, no escape clauses will be allowed any longer. And as you all know, and we're all part of it, universities like wording like if practicable, if affordable, if sustainable. Those are all considered to be escape clauses, and that will no longer be allowed in policies if our reading and understanding of the policy framework is correct. Not to import, but important, sorry for my typo there, we will have, what's important? We have to consider language as a vehicle for teaching and learning. Colleagues, you are here, so I'm preaching to the converted. We all know that language is part and parcel of who we are and in our everyday lives. We use language to structure, to compare, to organize, to analyze, to evaluate. All those beautiful action verbs from Bloom's taxonomy. Language is part and parcel of who we are, whether we study engineering or medicine or language. And then also we know, and I think Prof. Lekete, you mentioned it earlier this morning, that language as a variable contributes significantly to study success. So it is a really imperative to improve epistemic access and to address attrition rates at universities. So what was the mandate we received from USAF? Well, it comes from the first Vice-Chancellors Colloquium on implementing the policy framework. And in this audit, we had to do 3 things. Firstly, we had to identify the resources already available at universities. Resources include human capacity, it includes technologies, it includes physical resources, terminologies, etc. What resources are still required? And then we also had to identify what milestones have universities already achieved and what do they plan to achieve in the next few years in terms of implementing the language policy framework. So we knew we were working with academics, so we had to approach it scientifically, otherwise academics don't believe you. So it's a thorough scientific approach we followed. We followed a mixed methods approach, and we designed 2 questionnaires, one for staff, one for students. They were both restricted and open-ended questions in the questionnaires, and each questionnaire consisted of 5 sections to help us to delve into the different functionalities, if I can use that word, of universities. One on institutional information, one on language services, one on teaching and learning and scholarship, the 4th one on language of communication and administration, and the last one on student life or co-curricular activities. This was followed by semi-structured interviews, the open discussions we had during the audits. So, okay, I'm going to focus on each of those sections and share the highlights with you or the key issues that we need to address. First, on institutional information. Now, the purpose of this part of the questionnaire, and you will see every time it links to a number of clauses in the policy framework. It's not something that fell from thin air. We made sure that it aligns with the policy framework. So we had to gather information on where institutions are at in terms of language policy plans. Do they monitor their language, the implementation of their language plans? What do the regional languages look like? What do the official languages of an institution look like? What are the strengths and the weaknesses of institutions? And what are the priority areas that we need to address? So our findings from this is firstly, that we noted, and I think predictably so, that there is alignment between the regional languages and the official languages of any institution. Good news, there's a lot of buy-in from both staff and students for the cause of advancing multilingualism, and that's the commitment that I spoke about earlier. The top-down versus bottom-up approaches, I already mentioned something in that regard. Just perhaps another example that was there. Staff complained about the DVCs and the registrar and the deans and the heads of department knowing about policies, but the lecturer standing in class, or the librarian supporting the students, or the security guard, they don't necessarily know what are included in these policies, and they don't necessarily know what to do with it. And that's a whole issue with the top-down, bottom-up matter. Really, this was highlighted repeatedly, that we need to nurture the conversational language ability of especially staff. It will contribute to an inclusive and welcoming atmosphere. And Asanda, I was thinking especially about this when you spoke about what are we going to do in terms of SASL, to include people, to make it an inclusive environment. Colleagues, I think you will agree with me, and I say it with all due respect, but universities are not necessarily good at communicating. Communication is not always clear, it's not always concise, and it is not always easily digestible. It's legal language we appreciate. A lot of legal terms need to be included in policies, etc. But people complained, staff complained, and students complained and said, yes, it's fine. We appreciate the fact that universities need it, but please also make it digestible for us. At a number of institutions, it was highlighted that we need to improve monitoring systems. Universities seem to monitor as and when they please, not really in a structured manner and not really in a coherent manner. And then we also noted that targeted guidance to facilitate language policy and planning development, as well as resource development, is crucial. This is because of the lack of capacity. And then, and this you will stay reiterated, but I think this is also no surprise, financial resources. And colleagues, I think we should be honest to say to each other, language is expensive, language management is expensive. So indeed, Prof. Bassi, that 2.5 million, for a second, I thought I heard you saying 2.5 billion per institution, but then I realized, oh no, 2.5 per institution. Colleagues, that's very little money. And Prof. Langa also now indicated if we work smartly, we can draw our resources. In terms of language services available at universities, we included this section to gain insight into the language services that are already there and those urgently required. Findings here is language services are indeed available at quite a number of institutions, but to a select few only. And the select few, and I'm sorry to have to say this in this audience, is the university management usually. It's not available to normal staff and students. And where it's available, staff and students are not necessarily aware of these services. Again, perhaps it's the issue of insufficient communication. But colleagues, we also need to appreciate, because language is so expensive, language services cannot be available to all students. It cannot be just a free of charge to all students, to all staff. It's really, really labor-intensive work, and you need a lot of capacity and funding for that. Financial restraints. So a huge need was expressed for accessible and effective language services, and particularly for the non-English speaking students. And I think, Lisa, you also focused on this now. And very, very important, resources and services must be integrated into the teaching and learning activities. It should not be an add-on, as many colleagues called it, or to be dealt with as standalone tools. It should be integrated as part of the teaching and learning endeavors. Speaking about teaching and learning. So here we had, in essence, we had to find out whether universities are actually ready and flexible to implement the language policy framework. So we've noted, and I've said this already, that English is the de facto language at universities, despite what their policies say. In essence, it's English, and students in particular experience it as an English-only, a monolingual environment. And this was something that was really highlighted by students. I was actually surprised by this point, the use of the other official languages to uphold the constitutional values of our country, inclusivity, social cohesion, equity of access, and so forth. So what are the findings in terms of teaching and learning? Both staff and students envision a multilingual pedagogical landscape. Multilingual resources are few and far between. They are, and they are quite a lot, but it's not merely enough for what we need in this country. Awareness raising is crucial. We have to communicate clearly what we have available and what we can do. Financial constraints and a lack of expertise, yet again. Urgent matters to attend to include terminology development, the creation, I like the word co-creation, and maintenance of, for example, resource banks, multilingual glossaries, multilingual exam papers, etc. And then we'll share a little more on the Sadilar model later on. Students very clearly indicated that they prefer class discussions to continue in English, but with several allowances. And Prof. Leketi and Prof. Madiba, I think you will like this point, that, you know, the idea of translanguaging, the idea of code switching to be included in classes, to be allowed in classes. And then proper implementation that also serves a pedagogical purpose to minimize the risk that language might be a barrier to study success. So we really need to think about our instructional design, our pedagogical design. How do we use all these tools and implement them? And then at several universities, the point was raised, recognition should be given to the manner in which Afrikaans developed to a fully fledged academic language, because this might help other institutions to advance inclusivity and to develop the other indigenous languages. The fourth section on the languages of communication and administration. It can no longer be in English only, English +2, and we need to foster and cultivate a culture of multilingualism. Findings here is that the way in which we communicate and what we communicate and how we communicate should align with the ethos of multilingualism. Multilingual approaches should also be followed in terms of signage on campuses, marketing and general communication, and especially those two areas were strongly encouraged. Other languages should be included in the official language offering of institutional communication. So perhaps not only the official languages or the regional languages of an institution. And then again, the predominant role of English was acknowledged, while the value of the need for inclusivity was highlighted repeatedly. Again, that point, communicate clearly, concisely, and in an easily digestible manner. In terms of student life or the co-curricular activities, this section we included to gain insight in what or how we can support the advancement of multilingualism among our students in the co-curricular activities. The data indicated that, and this is actually a quote from one student, and this is my favorite quote, being multilingual is an asset and not a liability. And how beautiful an insight from a student. Again, the significance of linguistic diversity was emphasized repeatedly, and included under that is communicating clearly, building those relationships, collaboration, social interaction, and cross-cultural connections. Multilingualism will support that. And also it will broaden perspectives. And I think this links very nicely, again, Asanda and Lisa, to both your presentations. So in conclusion, a few take-home messages before I hand over to another colleague of mine. So expertise and support is required, absolutely, in terms of language planning and management and the resource management. Window dressing or ticking the boxes was reiterated several times. Universities tend to do this, and we really need to move away from this, the top-down, bottom-up approach. If we focus on a more bottom-up approach, the argument put forward was that you will create greater co-ownership and co-responsibility for advancing multilingualism and for implementing the policy framework. Internal communication, as I've said, is not good. The thing that managers know stuff, but normal staff and students don't necessarily always know what's going on. Staff need to become multilingual. As an applied linguist, this is, of course, really great to me. In the official languages of institutions, at least at conversational levels. So nobody's expecting a staff member to all of a sudden be able to teach academically in whichever language, but at least be able to communicate with students at a basic level. Again, the matter of collaborative approaches internally between faculties and departments, but also and importantly externally between different universities. And this, colleagues across universities argued, should be coordinated nationally. Students felt very strongly about the fact that English was prioritized over the other languages, and they said something needs to be done about it. And both staff and students mentioned the need for more language courses and resources. You know, a typical conversational course, free of charge, a lunch hour course, something like that, wherever you want to do it, whenever you can do it, that will be appreciated. Again, the matter of a central entity that should preferably be established so that universities can access products and services, including resources and expertise from that national or the central entity. Because if we don't do something like this or don't establish something like this, we will probably continue to work in silos. Different universities will continue to work in silos. And then this entity should also, and this was emphasized by staff repeatedly, that a central entity or a national entity should be able to monitor and report to the DHET, not as a policing function, but really in support of institutions and the DHET, so that we can enhance benchmarks and to also create opportunities for further support, because the more we know, the better we can support. Funding is a big issue. We realized that some institutions set aside a fairly large percentage of their annual budgets for language planning and management. Some others set aside almost nothing. So it seems to us that there's a need for institutional budgeting, as well as then initiatives like the one that Prof. Bassi manages now with the UCDB grant. It was reiterated that we all should work in a more accountable manner. Again, this boils down to the issue of collaboration. We can no longer only focus on our own institutions. We should focus on different approaches that we can follow, think smarter, don't work harder, initiatives that we can follow. And I think, Prof. Lekete, it was one of your responses to one of the questions. So what can we do? Bring the regional universities together, that they collaborate on, for example, the development of multilingual glossaries. Okay, I'm going to hand over Dr. Ragogo. Would you like to introduce the next speaker, or? Okay, right. So it is Dr. Friedel Wolf, the technical manager at SADiLaR. Okay. He first needs, he will end off.
No, it's fine. You can actually continue.
Dr. Wolf, will you please? He will do the closing.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This is still the same presentation and in fact, just part of this audit report. And I thank you for the last bit of time and your attention. Because it's the same presentation, I'm not going to say anything about protocols that might be observed or not. But I'm a computer scientist. If I talk about protocols, I have other things in mind. Colleagues, during the audit, but also before and even afterwards, even since completing the audit, we've repeatedly been asked for assistance as SADiLaR with certain aspects. But something that kept on coming to the fore is the matter of assistance with terminology and lexicographic resources. Even in the case of sign language that we were approached with as well. Now, SADiLaR is known for supporting research in digital humanities and language technology and these things, and aggregating the resources used in a wide number of areas, mainly in the humanities. And I think the request came from the idea that it is time to look at applying a lot of these resources to this problem in the higher education sector. Since we were approached, we thought, what could the road ahead look like? As a research infrastructure with a national focus, I think a lot of people felt that we are well positioned. That's also why we were requested to do the audit. That's my understanding. And I think that is how, in a way, we can try to provide some assistance to the sector in a non-competing fashion. We have some expertise within our networks also, SADiLaR, not just the SADiLaR staff, the people you might see listed on our website, but the network of organizations that we work with. And indeed, some of you here are part of those organizations that we work with. And this is not something that we'd be just doing on our own. So there is some preliminary work that has started, but we believe that of particular interest might be this idea of a technical platform. Let's for now think of it, let's say, as a website, but it could entail more than that. But that's something we were repeatedly asked about. And I'm aware of existing efforts at other institutions, and it could be that not everybody has the same dire need of it, but indeed at many institutions, nothing like this is in place. And as Toby mentioned before, this idea of expertise for language planning and language management to be available for institutions where these expertise might be lacking. Now, some of our existing work or preliminary investigations are also about can we build a platform for really open development and sharing of the resources that are required. But we have to keep in mind that a lot of resources exist already. This is something that came out of the audit. It's not always easy to find them, or students are maybe not aware of them, but they exist. And we'll be hearing, I forget if it's in the afternoon session or tomorrow, also about other projects where useful resources are made available. But it seems as if there is still a need for a way to say, where can we centrally find these things? If a certain institution does not have a resource that a student needs, do we want the student to be disadvantaged, or do we want them to be helped in the wider sector? I think these are questions we should at least ponder. Is what is the mobility of students also, if they maybe speak a language that's not one of the official languages at your institution? I think something that came out today multiple times is the idea of collaboration and breaking down silos and so on, but practically that's not always easy to do or to foresee how to do that. But I think what we are proposing here is a model in which universities are able to come and join us on this common platform, which would not be an aligned entity then, but to say, all right, there are excellent expertise at our universities. I think we're all aware of that. But even from my time at UNISA, I know that you can have a very big academic department. You can say it's really well resourced. There are lots of people, they speak lots of languages. And if you actually go and tick off the languages, you'll see 7 of the official languages have native speakers, even in a big department. It just sometimes happens by chance that you do not necessarily have all of the expertise you might want. And I think that's another advantage of combining forces between institutions, because the expertise are spread across the country. An ideal project, will need expertise, things like, language practitioners, terminologists, but also the subject specialists who are native speakers of the languages that we want to serve. And as soon as we say, no, we really want all of these expertise, now we're saying that there are really only a few people maybe for especially the smaller languages of South Africa. So something like this open platform could be, and I use the word open with emphasis here, is to support the idea of being able to find the people you want to collaborate with, to find the people who are interested and passionate or knowledgeable, and also in pursuit of the principles of open science. And we have the idea of also developing the platform in a technical sense, the software development also in an open sense, so that any university who feels they want to have a stake in it can actually get involved directly. This is the kind of thing that we are contemplating. So if we gather people and we have this kind of community of practice for this problem area, what could it look like? Well, we believe that SADiLaR can play a role here. Yes, we'll need a lot of expertise from all over the country. But as you now heard, we successfully visited all of the universities this year. Maybe it sounds easy for you, to get into a plane and go somewhere. But I can tell you our one colleague, Lebogang, here at the back, I would like to introduce you to her, managed a lot of the administration just to get hold of people to book a date and a venue, to get the students there, to get the lecturers there. If you know the academic year at the university, basically it's never suitable time. It's really a tough thing, but these are the administrative skills that we can bring to bear in a project like this. And I refer to our extended partners, a lot of technical expertise, and this administrative expertise we believe we can bring to bear in something like this. We will develop a membership model to see how can partaking institutions meaningfully harness the value of this network that can be created this way. I would hope that if people are aware of SADiLaR, they're aware of our values of openness, of open sharing and liberal licensing of resources, and of collaboration with other entities. And it's the kind of values that I would personally really want to see in a project like this. And I think it's also the kind of things that are clearly articulated also within the language policy framework. So the impact that we foresee, yes, I think I'm bragging a little bit with my colleagues here, but SADiLaR is not coming as a messiah. And I would not want to present us as a solution provider. In other words, we're not terminology resources in a box, just add water. No, I think we know that this problem requires expertise and hard work and resources. Something that came out clearly in, I think, almost every section of the report is the matter of resources required. I believe this is something we can facilitate and we can try to connect people. And I think this is what we want to say, is if we start with something like this, it needs to be sustainable. I think this was specifically mentioned by Prof. Antia as well, the idea of sustainability that really needs to come to the fore. And if we are creating this together, co-creation, the term that was used earlier, this is something that's specifically mentioned in the language policy framework. And I think Professor Madiba, I think you mentioned it as well, specifically the kind of idea that if people work together, maybe we will get better buy-in as well. But also the responsibility is maybe too much that we can say this is the job of one institution or one person, or, you know, this language practitioner will take full responsibility. Would you want to outsource this responsibility to someone outside of your institution only? Or do you want them to say them, no, go there and represent our interests? I think this is something we have to keep in mind. I would not want to say SADiLaR will become this messiah and then we become the central point of failure that stands in the success of this project. Colleagues, I leave you with that thought there at the bottom. We want to enable a sustainable, transparent, and accountable support towards the implementation of the framework. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the good presentation, which is quite concerning, especially from the report. And from this presentation, I think there's some sort of intersection between these presentations and other presentations that were delivered earlier this morning. And I think Prof. Maseko talked about the coloniality of power, which is a problem, especially in a South African context, because it keeps on surviving within the domains of knowledge. And she also talked about Karl Meinhof. And you look at the structure of African languages, not only in South Africa, but in an African context, they still reflect the vestiges of colonialism. You check, there's this, I think he's the first linguist in the world. What's his name? The first linguist in the world. What's his name? It's not Chomsky. So his name is Sanskrit Panini. And this fellow formulated about 3,959 grammatical rules. And some of them are still applicable today. We still use them even today. And they somehow violated the structure of African languages. And this is the reason why decolonial scholars articulate that the languages that are called African languages in this country are colonial construction. And I'm not surprised when Professor Toby talks about the issue of linguistic imperialism, the dominance of English within the higher education space. So I think at some point, it may be important for us to just address the issue of coloniality of power, because it cannot survive on its own. It has to survive within the domains of knowledge. Someone will come here and say, this one is not a language, this one is a dialect. These are the implications of coloniality of knowledge, and we need to interrogate scholarship accordingly, so that the moment we sit down, the moment we formulate these policies, we formulate the policies according to a true analysis of the socio-linguistic realities in the country. There's someone who talked about the issue of home language. What is a home language in an African context? Is a misnomer. It doesn't exist, because the language that I do at school is not even the language that I speak at home. But they'll formulate a policy and say this is a policy on home language. What is home language? Because that thing doesn't exist. But let it be a debate for another day. Maybe before we can go to the question and answer session, I think this was mentioned in Prof. Makalela's presentation. He mentioned something very much important, where he talked about the issue of official languages and national languages, and which is a problem in this country, because it was never clarified from a constitutional implementation from a constitutional implementation point of view. And another good example, when you study the language planning and policy of the Philippines, there's this language that is called Tagalog. It was actually one of the varieties there. And this particular variety was adopted in the constitution as a national language. It was developed, it was introduced for basic education through a gradual policy implementation, right? Through a gradual process, it was established for basic education, higher education, and it is actually a very good pilot because it was introduced in humanities and social science fraternity. And once they succeeded, they were able to penetrate more complex programs like your maths, your science, and also accounting. And I think in the South African context, I think this is one of the situations that should be taken into consideration so that we can be able to succeed with the issue of language policy implementation. Yeah, there were 4 presentations. The first one from Asanda, the second one from Lisa, second last presentations, Professor Langa Kumalo, and also Professor Toby van Dijk. So now, please, colleagues, when you pose your questions, firstly, you introduce yourself and to make sure that your mic is on. And if your question is directed to Asanda, please do indicate. If your question is directed to Professor Langa Kumalo, please do indicate so that they can respond accordingly. I see there's a hand there from Prof. Ditsele, a celebrity scholar. Okay, you the first. Okay, yeah. Prof. Ditsele, 2, 3, 4. And we'll come back to this side. Yeah, he is a celebrity scholar. There are 2 in the country. One from Wits School of Governance, Kagiso Powe, and the second one is Thabo Ditsile. Prof, go on.
Be that as it may, yeah, let me do the right thing, introduce myself, even though you've already done that. Thabo Ditsile is my name. I'm from Tshwane University of Technology. Chair, allow me to think aloud on this one. It's not directed specifically at anybody on the panel, but it's linked because generally when we attend, fora like this, we talk about, terminology development in African languages. Now, when I think aloud, I ask myself, every time when you talk about terminology development, we tend to use Afrikaans as an example, but there's something that we do not mention about Afrikaans, which is missing in the conversation. If you study the history of Afrikaans, you realize that it started being a language of schooling in 1914. They didn't start it at the University of Free State or Stellenbosch or University of Pretoria, as those were the Afrikaans universities later. They started in the Cape with sub-A or grade 1. And gradually they went up and up with, every year they added another year, until after grade 12, they took it to university level. That is the history of Afrikaans. That is why it's capable of being used, from kindergarten to PhD. Now, in the higher education sector, whenever we talk about development of African languages, basic education tends to be left behind. We don't know what is happening in basic education. So we might end up, or the risk here is that we might end up with, corpus of so many terms in STEM cluster, in human and social sciences with nobody to use. That's the risk that we're running. Because if learners come through 12 years of schooling and they have never been exposed to African languages in the domains, whether it's events management when they get to university, whether it's tourism management, they're likely not to respond when we say, at Tshwane University of Technology, would you be interested in studying tourism management in Sepedi or in Setswana? They might say, we don't have enough in our arsenal to risk, even being taught in Sepedi at university level. So, in conclusion, as we think aloud, as I think aloud about this, have we perhaps forgotten that basic education is significant in this conversation? I'm not a member of SALT, so I'm not sure whether in that space, when people who work in language and teaching, they do talk about this. So, if I'm ignorant about that, my apologies for that. But maybe somebody here will help us to say, yes, Department of Basic Education is on board. Teachers are on board. We have people here from SAIS. Maybe they have some insights on this. But for us who are also only, based in higher education, I think we're using the Afrikaans example, but we not go the full distance in really learning from what Africa's developers did. I'll stop there. I can see your body language. You are saying I should stop.
Prof. All right, go on, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Bolela Mthembu. I'm the SRC chairperson at Howard College. Also, let me thank Prof. Shongwa for reassuring that we are present in this sitting, because I think she's one of the few that understood the importance of the student voice in such gatherings. My question is based on the language resource audit, because the question itself says, are we ready to implement the language policy? Partially, I will say yes or no, but now when you look directly to the language policy itself, it says all official institutional communication must be conveyed at least in two official language. Now, I want to ask the question of readiness in terms of the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure in place. How do we develop it? Because this sitting is one of the sitting that decides on most important academics processes.
like Senate and other stuff. So here you'll get that you have to address in English, but if we're saying we are ready in terms of advancing the listening devices where whatever I'm saying in Zulu must be translated in English, so that sometimes the Vice-Chancellor I must also address him in Zulu, so that I will be able to express myself in my mother language. So my question is based on the technological advancement, the infrastructure itself, in some of the venues and areas in our lectures. Are we ready in that particular manner? Because the budget, I saw a lot of things were smiling, it is 2.5 million. Are we ready for all those advancements in terms of the technology? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The third one.
No.
Somewhere there. Sorry, I'm short-sighted and I think there were two hands there. So are you sorted?
Greetings. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Toby Mazibogo, Petsamaris Chairperson. Mine is just a comment to the speaker who delivered or deliberated presentation on sign language. It's just a comment. I think institutions and also including UKZN, they must actually, better the situation, because you find, for instance, here we are having this productive session, but there is no sign language translator. For instance, if this is like broadcast is live, and then our students from DU are interested to hear what is to actually know what is being discussed, we don't have a translator here. So I think it would be very helpful for institutions like going onwards, even on programs like we have translators on all programs. But nonetheless, it was a very informative session. So we picked up lots of information there that we had before never like understood the depth of it. It was just a comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The fourth one, this side. Okay, go on, sir. Yes.
Okay, there we go. I'm battling with myself at the moment to ask a question or to make a comment based on the audit. I'm thinking I fully agree with the audit, and I want to latch it onto Prof. Leketse Makalela, the point of translanguaging. And I think maybe I've heard wrong or maybe I've missed it. But I think it is high time that we allow the student's voice to come through in our planning language policies. We speak a lot on how we are going to do it, but the resources that are there on the bottom, we do not really consult. For years, I felt that most universities, if not all, are unethical in their behavior when it comes to language services. They would allow students from all different provinces to come and study at the institution, not providing the language service for that specific students. And I include those differently abled students that was addressed earlier by the sign language person. So what I'm saying is, I fully agree with the audit, but it is time now that we bring about all the role players, because to move boundaryless is to say the student that is studying in Cape Town, that is perhaps Pedi or Chivenda, can contribute to knowledge to the student that is in the Eastern Cape. And that is something I would love to see how that can be developed, and what the SADILA officials think of how to better that, how to get that, to realize that, what they would recommend in us doing. because we can speak a lot of goodness here, but the few million of students, where's their voice in this conversation? And I think we as the university staff should engage them and to bring the knowledge here and then make work of that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for those comments and questions. Presenters, please, colleagues, try to respond to some of these questions and try to encapsulate your responses. Asanda, let me start with you. The questions that are relevant to you, respond to them. And Lisa, up to Prof. Toby. And we will take maybe the last questions on the left-hand side and we'll break for refreshments.
Oh, okay.
You may go on. You
and-
can come to the stage if you feel like. Thanks.
I think I am on. I think it was just one question and one comment. I'll start with the comment. Thank you for that comment. Really, anything that has to do with sign language is always thought as an afterthought. No one ever thinks when they are live streaming that there might be a deaf person who might happen to log online and might be interested on what people are talking about. So it is always an oversight. So we would love to see more and more live streaming, anything that is happening online. We'd like to see more of it interpreted in real time. I'm not going to talk about money because that's not my area of expertise. The other, I would also like to make a comment on the thinking aloud of Professor. Oh, no. I wanted to say, I think with South African Sign Language, what is very interesting as far as including basic education, that was the question. One interesting thing that happened, which was very positive during apartheid for sign language or for the development of sign language, was during that time, during the segregation, white deaf learners were forbidden to use sign language. They will be hit on their hands and they'll be forced to sit on top of their hands so they will not communicate in sign language. However, the government at the time, when they looked at the Black deaf learners, they thought, it's a monkey language, let them use monkey language. Till this day, unfortunately, no one wants to research and confirm that. Till this day, when you look at white sign language users and Black sign language users, the richness the scale is unequal. In the Black community, there's richness, there's more dialect, there's diversity, there's so much richness compared to the users who are white. So that was the benefit of apartheid. But the disadvantage then was through basic education, they developed in their silos, if it's in the Transvaal, in the old Transkei and so on, they develop in their silos. Now they are struggling. Now they are coming together through universities. Now everyone is coming with their own different and very distinctly different dialects based on where they are coming from. And this is in South Africa in modern day. So we are engaging the Department of Education when we are developing this terminology. We're working very closely with them. Thank you.
I'll just briefly speak to a few notes that I made. Firstly, from Professor Ditsela, I should not, but I can't resist since I am Afrikaans. I thought about it this morning, that when I went to my Afrikaans primary school, we weren't languaging. We were just learning. And I think that's maybe the point you're trying to make, right? We weren't busy with a language exercise. We were just learning. And I think we're here and talking about higher education because that's where we are coming from. But I think we need to have that wider conversation. And I believe within the universities, teacher training can be that bridge to that world. So I think at a minimum, that is where we are going. And I know that at some universities, I know that is already the case where language courses are made part of the teacher's curriculum. The comment from, was it Nomzamo Mthembu about infrastructure for multilingual meetings? I think a lot of people look at SADiLaR and say that maybe some of our technologies can be made for automatic voice recognition and then automatic translation and these things. And I think it can do that within easily 100 to 200 years, we'll be there. In other words, no, we're not there. It's not ready. That's not the state of the art, especially not if we're talking about spontaneous, normal speech. I think for now, we'll need to talk about human interpreters that are professionally trained and the kind of equipment that you were referring to. But that is the kind of thing that we are building the building blocks for at SADiLaR, but I won't expand on that. And then just about the last matter, I think the comment was specifically directed at SADiLaR and about the matter of what I call student mobility. I'm not sure I completely got your question, but I think it's the kind of thing that a central platform for resources can allow more easily, where say that for whatever reason, a student might simply be in a province where they don't speak one of the dominant languages. It might be because they want to get away from home. It might be that they've relocated. It could be that they're a minority in the province. And let's be real, depending on how you look at it, all of our languages are minority languages, right? I mean, there's a way of looking at our languages that you could see it that way. And for some of them, really, they're almost a minority in almost every geography of the country. And that's where I believe that putting the resources centrally is one answer to that. But the other one is to say that you don't need to be locked into the languages of the institution only, and you can compare and contrast those things there where they are. You might only have term list in one language, but you might have definitions in another language. And if you are multilingual, we know that there's some mutual intelligibility between the languages, the information can be there. I think the challenge will be how we take it to the students.
Very interesting reflections. Maybe one last one is what Lisa spoke about extensively, co-creation. Co-creation is vitally, vitally important. And I think in a very important way, SADiLaR and Wikipedia and PanSalb have a collaborative project called the SWEEP project, where we're training and creating a platform for contribution into that platform, knowledge centers that can be shared within the Wiki platform, so that communities can actually contribute in real time knowledge that sits in their particular communities. And not only that, we want to extend it to universities. If you're sitting as a professor of physics and you think you have something that you can share in your language or the language that you're most comfortable in, and want to share that in a platform that can be accessible by many people in a wiki page, you are welcome to do that. What we are doing in that SWEEP program is actually to train people how to contribute in that wiki space. And please check our website, check our adverts, check out your LinkedIn. We are deploying that training in that partnership because, again, we want to standardize that. But as long as we don't have those type of data sets, what we could call data sets, we are not going to leverage even some of the technologies that are already available that use neural networks to actually become more intelligent in languages other than English. So this is another data-driven exercise that all of us sitting in this room can actually contribute in increasing knowledge centers in our languages. So the work is waiting for all of us. let's not wait for a Messiah or Friedel sitting at Sadila. We just need to get on with the job. Let us start thinking collaboratively. Let us start thinking actively on how we can improve access. I wrote to someone while Prof. Makalele was speaking earlier in the morning that as long as we don't see that which we can contribute in the knowledge economy, we are not worth talking about. Come to think of it, if you can't package anything in your language and share it in the global knowledge economy, probably you're not worthy to be in that global citizenship. So let us start creating and unlocking these knowledge centers and contribute meaningfully to the global knowledge economy, to be known for what we are and how we impact our immediate environment. A friend of mine, I'm sorry for the last anecdote, he went to Harvard, sorry, to NASA from Oxford. He was a robotics scientist. So most of his colleagues there were obviously white Americans, and they kept asking him, "Where are you from?" And he was the chief engineer, by the way, for his group. But they kept asking him, "Where are you from?" And then he does his job and he's doing it so well. "But where are you from?" And he's doing his work excellently. "But where are you from?" And then he actually figured it out that unless him and his people are worth something, then he is going to be somebody. They didn't care what he was doing, the magic that he was doing in that engineering department. They didn't. For whatever it is that he was doing, he was still advancing science in the English language for the English world. To advance the global, all of us here are writing into the English library because we are publishing in English. And by the way, your views are a footnote in that global English language knowledge. So can we stop and start thinking about ourselves, start unlocking the knowledge centers that we are in control of? You know, when he was talking about epistemic path, I was like, you know, I don't know how many times you tell your students that, because that means they're actually using what they have in accessing what they should interpret, make sense of. And with time, they will start contributing meaningfully in what they have interpreted the world to be, to need, and how to advance it with their own DNA. But all of us here, unfortunately, we are a footnote to the global knowledge economy.
Thank you so much, Prof. Releboga. Yeah, let's take, there's 1, 2. Yeah, let's take last 2 questions. Let's try to be short. All right, Mshayaz, we'll try. All right, Prof. Kongwa, go on, and okay, Nokuchwa, go on. Prof. Kongwa, you'll follow.
Thank you. My name is Noel Makuga from Voltasso. But that's speaking. I was going to say, first of all, I think the cop-out is that we should also include, I just say from Asana's perspective, that we should also include standard or any legal or legislative formation for people outside language so that they should be part of us. I just thought of it in a real sense. We are speaking of this issue while they are not even there. And also it goes to Tata's comment in the morning of including community in certain things that we are doing, because it seems like we are continuing like Prof. Maseko spoke about being thieves. We are just real thieves here sitting in this room, stealing people's language, and then we make ours and then we debate about it. Second one, I think my 2 cents suggestion to Sadila and DSAAC, I think my 2 cent advice would be, if you can collaborate, both of you, and we create a digital space to learn sign language, because seemingly it seems, I'm not sure, because you're expert, they are using one language for now, then go with those little bit of dialect there and there, which can make, because I was going to say, if they can learn from what they are doing at UKZN, that digital tool where they are teaching isiZulu, so it can help us so that it can be decentralized rather than ndithetha kule nto bekuthiwa imali ayikho ke ndizama ukuncedisa kuyo kanti let's collaborate. Lastly, I want to say I'm proud to say to the SAC, I'm the product of that bursary that they are speaking about. From my undergrad to where I am today, I benefited from it. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, please allow me to respond to one of the questions that was asked by the student leadership, just with reference to UKZN, because like they are our leadership, student leadership. In this very same room where we are here, we can easily interpret into any language in this room. UKZN has the facility that we can use. If we had planned that, like we want to do that, we would have done so. But like I think, like as part and parcel of our planning in our team, I think that was an oversight. But like it can be done, and in any graduation ceremony, we have a facility as well to allow us to interpret into any of the different languages that UKZN have as official languages. Where we still need to do a lot of work is with regard to some of our lecture venues. So there are limited lecture venues with this facility. But it can, especially in smaller rooms or smaller tutorial rooms, it can be transported because it's a movable facility that we have. So we are really proud of that. So Chairperson, thank you very much for allowing me to respond on that question. I just want, because like all the presentations were important, but like I'm not going to comment on all of them. Just on one from Asanda. Asanda, thank you very much for your presentation. And you are right in that in many universities, sign language is situated or located in the disability office where it's not supposed to be. I am happy that like in our revised policy at UKZN, we will be recognizing South African Sign Language. And that is going to be a milestone once our policy is passed. And we will ensure that like maybe it doesn't sit only within the disability office, but like it sits in the relevant structure within the university. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yes, Prof. Langa, go on. You. Okay, perfect. And yeah, I think all right. Yeah. From Nokucho, I think it was just a comment, right? It was not necessarily a question. And Prof. Chongwa clarified student representatives. 30 seconds. Just summarize your question.
Almost Okulumayo Igamo Sanele Wagamvubu, the campus chairperson of Westville campus. Ndothanda ukubonga nje ithuba lomzuzwane ngamashumi amathathu. Ngibonga kakhulu amagama aqeda ukudluliswa uProf Khumalo ngokuthinta indaba emayelana nokuthi i-contribution the multilingualism to our community. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthi uthinte lo ndaba le bengisafuna nami ukuyibuza nje ukuthi ngempela ekugcineni kosuku uma ngabe city i-policy is going to be implemented, is it really going to contribute into our economy and also into our communities? Because we might rally behind making sure that maybe the institution teaching and learning processes are cooler, but we must not also forget about the drastic situation esibhekene not all in South Africa. Because singafunda ukuthi kumele sifunde Swahili. Swahili will never help me uma ngasethu not all South Africa is helped by English and Afrikaans. So siyacela ukuthi noma kuthiwa imapha policies are implementwayo, space consideration, because none of you here have ever heard the khuluma ngendaba ukuthi this multilingualism policies or implementations azosiza umnotho waleli zwe leli. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
All right, thank you. Prof. Kongwa, do you want to respond to that? Do you want to talk to that in short? Okay. All right, colleagues, what we're going to do, we're going to take a 10-minute break for, there's tea, but I so wish we can do a working tea so that we can be able to conclude the program at 5 o'clock. But before you do that, I'm going to give Prof. Langa Kumalo to say something. My comment to regarding the language audit to Prof. Toby and the team, I think we have some structural problems in the country. Section 27.2 of the Higher Education Act talks about the role of council in consultation with Senate when it comes to the issue of language policy. And from the 26 South African universities, I think there's only one university in the Eastern Cape that managed to establish a language committee on council, not on Senate. It's from the 26 university, and that is the correct interpretation of the framework and also the Higher Education Act of 1997. So that particular university established a language committee on council. And in that language committee, there's vice-chancellor and principal. There's chairperson of the institutional forum, which is considered a critical stakeholder because it's mandated to deal with transformation issues at a university level. And we cannot talk about language policy implementation and exclude the role that should be played by IF, right? There are student representatives and all the DVCs that are sitting on council are forming part and parcel of that particular committee. And my view is that that is the correct interpretation of the framework. But most of the universities will talk about Senate, this. Council is the highest decision-making body of an academic institution. And I think maybe, Prof, in consultation with other relevant stakeholders, I think the universities should be given an opportunity to respond to that audit, even before we can talk about some of the things, because this does not look good, and it also violates linguistic rights. And I think we have to do it not only for equity and transformation reasons, but as part of epistemic justice. Prof. Maseko talked about it as part of cognitive justice, as the core imperative of decoloniality, because we really need to decolonize and transform the higher education sector. As I said, we still reflect some vestiges of colonialism, Prof. Kumalo, and we'll break for tea and come back in the next 10 minutes.
Program Director, and the CEO of USAF, Director of Sector Support at USAF, the Chair of COPAL, Professor Hlongwa. The National Language Resources Audit has been tabled. There will be copies for the Vice-Chancellors have had their copies in their offices, or they are already on their way there. But I think courier services are better than EXCOM. I think they have been received. I think they have been received by Vice-Chancellors, but there will be copies for the Chair of COPAL, the Vice Chair of COPAL, and directors that are sitting at our universities and other entities before we leave. So the report has been tabled. What will follow, at least from SADILA, in order to valorize the report and the effects of the report, we are working with Sahuda's EXCO, have in the first quarter of 2024, a town hall meeting where we are going to really split hairs on the implications of the National Language Resources Audit and come up with what I think your point was all about. And I like that point. I'm not going to abuse the platform that I have been given here, but I really would want at that meeting for us to really split hairs because it has to have translational impact. It cannot be business as usual. After, I mean, if John Stein, our director of operations, was here, he would give you the figures of how much we spent on this audit, just the audit itself, in order to present these outcomes to you. So beyond that, we cannot continue the way we have been, especially with the introduction of South African Sign Language. And we have an institution that has the capacity not to write, but to create images that are critical to that sector. So colleagues, thank you very much, all of you without exception, for allowing us, SADILA and its vast teams that were at your 26 campuses across the country. It was an absolute pleasure to be there. The data that we have, if you want to get it and aggregate it for yourself in its various forms, is available at SADILA, and we can actually share it back to the DVC's teaching and learning, to the directors, to the deans of humanities across the country. But I want to thank you for enabling this exercise. And CEO, again, the report has been tabled. Thank you very much.
All right, colleagues, let's break for tea. I think 10 minutes is sufficient. And let's come back. I think we have only one presentation after that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was too late. Otherwise, you are getting phone. Shout about phone. That's about the vote. Hey.
All right, colleagues, let's sit down. Colleagues. We are practically done with our program. Second last speaker of the day is Mr. Lance Schulz. Maybe even before I can summarize his profile, I have to mention that from a governance point of view, it is good and healthy to see the CEO and the chairperson of the board under one roof. Is a clear indication that in terms of administration and good governance, things are going accordingly. And obviously, PanSALB is a constitutional body. And yeah, it is pleasing, Prof. Makubu, to see you together with Mr. Schulz. Mr. Lance Schulz is a certified director with the Institution of Directors in South Africa. He's a seasoned business leader who specializes in strategy development, operational management, and turnaround strategy. Currently, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-South African Language Board, where he's responsible for establishing and driving the strategic direction of PanSALB as a constitutional body. He ensures compliance with corporate governance and develops effective strategies for stakeholder networks. Mr. Schulz's vision for PanSALB is to refocus its strategic plan to ensure that languages are appropriately embedded in the government and the country's education system. He's so passionate about gender equality in the workplace and believes in operational excellence, transparent communication, and ethical leadership. Mr. Schulz, the platform is yours.
Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Molweni. And why would my phone ring now just as I take the podium? That would be Murphy's Law for you. I must say as well, thank you very much, Program Director and the organizers for giving me this hospital pass of taking the graveyard shift. And I'm all that keeps between you and a gala evening. So I was just telling my chair, I'll try and keep this down to 2 hours. Vice-Chancellors, and in particular, Professor Crouch, the chairperson of the USAF, sorry, the spelling here seems to be incorrect. USAF CEO, Dr. Matutu, the Deputy Vice-Chancellors in attendance, the chairperson of PANSALB, the deans, and all of the colleagues. I was schooled, by the way, and I'm not going to use a certain word now, but I was schooled a long time ago. And I must say to my colleagues, particularly those in government, hint, hint, that we do not say all protocols observed. There was a stage, in fact, in government where they were very worried that leaders within government were not really following proper diplomatic protocols in terms of engaging, recognition also of how we need to behave and how we need to speak and the order of things. And they sent a very huge cohort of us to go to the School of Governance, or rather the School of Government. And we had to go on a training exercise. And we were taught there quite specifically that saying to people, all protocols observed is not really observing protocols. You need to acknowledge the people in attendance. So, but without further ado, and I'm sure you all understand, it's been a lengthy day and a number of the speakers before me have actually acknowledged all of your presence, including the students as well. I always appreciate the attendance of students because not only do I believe you should form part of the debate, but I also believe that your contribution in terms of the ethos of where we are going with multilingualism in the country is quite important for you to be heard. I've got a presentation and I'm also very fortunate, as one of the previous speakers had indicated, that a lot of what I've actually got in here has been discussed by the illustrious speakers that came before me. So I was sitting there actually in awe because I was sort of playing around putting this together over the last 2 weeks to find that a lot of the content has actually been shared already. So with your permission, Program Director, I'm going to take liberty, and some of the areas I'm not necessarily going to delve into. The focus of my presentation, as you'll see the table of contents, is really just to refresh. Sometimes I go to platforms like this and I hear people saying we don't really know what PANSALB does. So just very briefly to talk to the mandate. I will then also go through the core areas within the language value chain, dealing with status planning, corpus planning, acquisition, and also prestige planning. I see at least 2 of the presenters this morning actually did speak to this, and I'm just going to touch on that. To have a look at the impact of digital platforms and repositories and not suppositories, as somebody had said at a conference I was in not too long ago. That was an absolute faux pas. And also some of the work that we are doing with Sadila, and I think Prof. Langa Kumalo did speak to a project that we've got with Wikipedia. But I believe that that is one of the avenues that we should be exploring and getting much greater scalability with. The other area that I would like to talk to briefly is the issue of crowdsourcing and community involvement. I don't know if any of you, maybe I should do this test also very quickly, want to guess, and I actually made a note of this. How many words or how many times the word collaboration was actually mentioned throughout the course of the day? Anyone want to take a wild guess? 20, that's very close. 23, getting closer. 30, almost there. If we take the median between that, 27 times the word collaboration was mentioned, notwithstanding, and you would have heard Prof. Kumalo also talking about silos. But I think that the overwhelming view, and it's not only an ideological view, it is a view that we have to do, is there has to be a move away from working in silos and working in collaboration. So I'll talk to that very briefly. Then open educational resource platforms. I think that is the way to go. And again, this has been spoken to, the notion of using open source platforms, the idea of getting not only the university ecosystem, but also the broader stakeholder community to participate and getting access to information. So whether we're talking in terms of glossary development, whether we're talking in terms of terminology development, there has to be a much greater emphasis and focus on how partners can really access that information in an agile and real-time fashion. And then just to talk about grant writing and fundraising, and the last two areas is technology integration, which really also talks to the issue of open educational resource, and lastly, advocacy and awareness campaigns. In respect of our mandate as the Pan-South African Language Board, you can see that our Act number 59, all of 1995, when it was promulgated and subsequently amended in 1999. And the legislation is structured in a way to be read in conjunction also with the Use of Languages Act. And of course, the Bill of Rights also makes certain provisions that has been declared as constitutional for the citizenry in the country. I must also state that we have recognized as PanSouth that there was a need to review large sections of the Pan-South African Language Board Act. And as a result, we went on a very huge systemic exercise with our board in terms of reviewing specific areas that we felt really needed to be strengthened, that provided for better advocacy, that provides for the institution to foster multilingualism in a much better way, and talking to the heart of the areas that we believe we need to be addressing. This talks to areas of compliance, this talks to areas of monitoring and evaluation, but ultimately PanSouth as the overall quality assurer of all of our languages in South Africa. And specifically there you'll see section 6 of the Constitution talking to the provision or the founding statement of what Pan-South African Language Board is intent on doing. We did quite a lot of work and I must, by my own account, state that it took us a very short space of time to actually look at reformulating the areas that we would like to see improved. And it is going through due process with the shareholder and with the necessary legislative processes so that this review can be adopted. And it is my hope that this will be done very, very quickly. I thought I will just give a nugget of wisdom also just as a preamble and to preface what I'm going to be talking about here today. And I will just read verbatim and I quote, "It is generally accepted that the best way for language development to occur is for that language to actually be used. For language to survive, it must be used for a wide range of functions, otherwise it begins to wither and die. Thus, were we to have allowed higher status functions to be limited to English and Afrikaans, and again talking to the hegemony of these languages, the other languages of the country eventually would begin to wither and to die." I had heard some of the comments earlier on and I hear the passion, and there's something that myself and Prof. Langa Kumalo, we're actually tied to the hip in our views. And the strength of this view is that in order for this change to happen, there needs to be this heightened collaboration in order for us to move away from the continued degradation of our indigenous languages. One of the other things is I'm very glad with the audit. And those of you that don't know, I'm an engineer, so I like to analyze and I like to see, well, empirically, well, where does it take it? And I like looking, and I would usually put a picture in my mind and I'll put an Estonian model that will say, well, here's the inputs, here's the process, here's the outputs. And I think the idea now is going to be, once we have gone through the audit, analyzing that, we need to say, well, what are the steps that we are going to be put? And I heard also some of the things that really resonates with me. So you got SMART targets put there. What is it that we need to do? Because we're very good in this country with formulating policy, but we're not very good with actually going and implementing it. So I think what would be good also talking to the framework on in higher education policy having been adopted is what is it that we are going to do in order to give effect to what we are stating. In terms of status planning, I think the policy itself and clause 29 is what actually drew my attention in the language policy framework. Recognizing the de facto status of English still as the language of learning and teaching across the South African higher education system. The lingua franca still is that English still has that pervasive dominance. And it is the hope, and I didn't respond because I saw some of the questions that came through. I must just say as well that I must congratulate the University of KZN. Some of the universities might get jealous to me for saying this, for having been pioneering and adopting isiZulu as a language of instruction and teaching. And I think a lot of the institutions can learn from that. One of the other areas, and I heard one of the students complaining that there was no sign language interpreter, and also somebody else that correctly pointed out that we don't have anyone from the sign language fraternities adequately represented here. And of course, I could have stated something in my official capacity on PANSAL to the organizers and saying that one of the laments that the sign language community have indicated is don't do anything with us without us being present and party to that. But I think we take it as a lesson learned that they need to be consulted and they need to form part of these type of dialogues. But I was very pleased to hear that UKZN decided that we're going to include this not only at a superficial level, but they'll be included more on the planning side as a part of just being part of the policy domain. Whilst I'm on sign language, I must state as well that there's actually a team that's very, very actively working in terms of the work that we are seized with after the very nice promulgation that myself and the chair did with the president on the union lawns. I think one of the members here mentioned, so what, now that it's been promulgated as a 12th official language? Well, from where we're standing, we believe it is an absolute momentous step for a group of people that have been deprived of recognition and a group of people that have not really had meaningful access, not only from a communication point of view, but also socioeconomic access. And we believe that that step was absolutely important with what we needed to do. So we're going to be supporting the universities in terms of those that are going to be looking also at the incremental introduction of other languages, particularly our African languages. And this is something that we will be monitoring over time as well. So for us, the status planning is important. And I want to draw emphasis perhaps to the last point that I put here, is that against these constitutional principles, aside the fact that we are driving social cohesion and nation building, particularly with the department as well, the principles of inclusivity, social cohesion and equity needs to prevail. And this must really underpin everything that we are doing in this regard. In terms of corpus planning, multilingualism sits at the core of decolonization as well as decoloniality within higher education. This is something also that we want to give focus to, and we're very glad also to see that Swahili is finding its way in the institution here. I think that is quite progressive. It's something that we will also be paying quite key attention to, but exactly to what extent is the shift away to increasing the corpus with the indigenous languages going to influence this agenda? And this is something that we are going to be driving, particularly in our new 5-year program in PANSAL. Multilingualism also brings to the fore the indigenous knowledge systems, and this has been spoken about this morning as well, because these have really been on the periphery of the knowledge systems, particularly in the South. And I heard 2 of the speakers at least speaking about the maturity and the preservation, the culture of preservation of languages, particularly in the in the north of the globe, to the detriment of us in the South. The message also, I think that Prof. Langa Kumalo said, is if we don't do it for ourselves, nobody's going to come and do it for us. And the English language bears a very good model of how they ensure that their preservation and the promotion and the protection of that language can actually work. And we have to draw lessons and inferences from that. The last point I want to mention here on corpus planning is clause 38, which also was quite interesting to me, that The language policy framework stipulates that tertiary institutions must work with PANSALB in the development of its terminology and the standardization processes. So we avail ourselves that we've got our national lexicographical units, but we as PANSALB extend the arm that we would want to work with. And again, in stating that resources are extremely limited. I heard my shareholders saying earlier on of the big budgets in PANSALB. Don't believe a word of that. In fact, I believe the secret to this also is how do we harness the effects of getting the private sector on board to support this agenda of ours? Because I fear that the amount of resources that we need to put in and an over-reliance on the fiscus is not going to be a solution. We need to become more creative. And I believe this is an area we need to explore. Critical also to be aware of the collaboration is that with the national language bodies that we have, how do we ensure also that the work that comes out from there in terms of the types of advice really does support the work and ensures that we deal with the type of issues that are coming through that. And also that the national lexicographical units, which are comprised also mainly of academics from institutions, and some of you are sitting here today, that this is fully capacitated in terms of the agreements and cognizant of the limited resources that we have. If there's anyone from the NLUs and the NLBs here in attendance, they'll probably say that that is our biggest lament. Whenever they see me, they come running and they're saying we need additional budgets. And I say to them that unfortunately, we do not have that. I've now indicated to them that perhaps we should no longer cast this lament and just have a singular dependence on the grant funding that we get from government. To shift the paradigm, we have to become innovative in our approach. In terms of acquisition planning, university communities must be encouraged to learn other languages for social cohesion as well as nation building. And I spoke about this earlier on. To really demystify the colonial and apartheid's thinking that indigenous African language are difficult, incomprehensible, and just a collection of clicks and clacks, actually demeaning. And somebody used a comment earlier on also when the missionaries arrived here. Their first sense was, how do we remove this clicks and clacks from these people? How do we make sure that they learn the Bible? How do we make sure they can adopt to our Western way of practice? And this is something that we have to address. Tertiary institutions, and I put this in here also with KZN, where every student must learn isiZulu. This cuts across the board, which I think is a very good practice that they embarked on. Also to follow UCT School of Medicines, where students may not get their qualification if they do not have basic communication in isiXhosa and Afrikaans. And here we've got my Professor Makubu Badenhorst from the University of Cape Town. And then also the University of Fort Hare's program of training and assessing foundation phase teacher training in isiXhosa and English from year 1 to year 4 of their tuition. And there might be other programs, apologies for the typo there, that was late one evening. But these are the type of examples we want to see come out. I'm also aware of other multilingual programs where some degrees are presented in various languages with bilingual degrees, universities of Limpopo, Rhodes, University of Fort Hare, and there may be others with the very quick limited research that I did. In terms of prestige planning, scholarship and research must be encouraged to be in multiple languages, and there's a few universities that are being instrumental in that regard, right up to PhD level in isiXhosa. University communication also you're encouraged to have in all of your official languages, including the type of signage that's made available as well as public notices. The only lament that I would have had in terms of the university policy in KZN, I would have also expected us to at least make provision for isiZulu as part of the translation services, even for this proceedings today. These are the type of things that might seem trivial to some. It might seem a cost-saving exercise to others, but I think in the bigger scheme of things, this is really what the policy should be embedded by. In terms of digital platforms and repositories, The establishment of digital platforms and repositories for linguistic and cultural resources can facilitate easy access and sharing. We had quite a good strategy session fairly recently as PANSALB, where we unpacked multilingualism, tried to understand what the status quo is, develop baseline and assess what the trajectory is of programs and interventions that needs to happen going forward. One of the breakaways actually dealt with digital technology 4IR, and they were sent away into a room and to come up with creative thinking and strategies that we need to do. I was taken aback that some of the members that participated in that seemed to be rather apprehensive with the ability for us to adopt these type of practices that the fourth industrial revolution. And of course, you would hear terms being bandied around such as artificial intelligence, programs such as ChatGPT, etc. But what surprised me is the reluctance of members to see this as an opportunity to actually get significant scalability with the work, to give access to corpus, no matter where somebody is in the world, so that they'll have access to information. I could probably talk because one of my hobbies is actually the Internet of Things. I could probably talk for days about it, but I just want to leave you with one thought about this. When we had the third industrial revolution, which was essentially the semiconductor, Africa was actually laughed and to a large degree scorned at by Europe and Western allies. Africa was referred to as Luddites because of our inability, unwillingness, reluctance, and simple lack of understanding of adopting practices that the third industrial revolution actually offered. And as a result, Africa actually lost out in probably 30 years worth of development. Here's an opportunity, and institutions such as SEDILA, I think, are going to become absolute flagships in our country with language to create this type of digital repositories and ensure that we have easy and ready access available in an open source fashion. And this is an area that should be explored. As PANSALB, we can also spear the development of online repositories where individuals, institutions, and communities can contribute in a live way. And this is a good example. And I think I've got a slide here where I talk about the partnership with SEDILA and Wikipedia. And I would encourage universities as well, Prof. Khumalo, to actually come on board with us as we take that program forward, because I think that us piloting that, there's a significant opportunity for that to actually grow. In terms of crowdsourcing and community involvement, our engagement with communities in the process of resource creation and sharing can be a very, very powerful approach. PANSALB can encourage crowdsourcing initiatives where community members will contribute with their knowledge, their stories, and contribute also with language resources into the work that we are doing. This is part, I think, and if you have to ask me what I think is the elephant in the room, aside the fact of a resource of finance, is actually social compacting, is ensuring that everything we do actually has got those relevant communities participating in it. And we do that largely also through the type of work we are doing, whether it's establishing orthography rules, whether it's looking at new terms, whether it's helping the South African Geographic Naming Council. We do that, I think, to a large extent where we engage before we decide on either a change or the adoption of new terms, or even the deletion of terms that might be deemed derogatory. But that model, I think, is something that we need to work towards. It will enrich the available content, but also fosters a sense of ownership and participation. Program Director, I'm almost coming to the end. I'm not sure about how my time is looking. You can just confirm. Oh, wow. No pressure. Okay, so this talks to the SWIP project, and I think Prof. Khumalo has already spoken to this earlier on. The project was officially launched with the theme Preserving Languages, Open, Free, and Accessible Knowledge for All, and it was done on the 20th of September at UNISA. The workshops being held aims to equip anyone, and this is students, academics, or any of the support personnel in the institutions, or even stakeholders, with the resourcing of using their languages. And the attendees will then acquire the knowledge and the expertise necessary to engage with Wikipedia. in this regard. Open educational resources. What we advocate for in the development of this is materials in all of our official as well as our dialects, and ensuring that these resources are freely accessible to educators, students, as well as the general public. There might be some pushback with that from publishers, by the way, because of course they derive royalties and they derive benefits. But we believe that open source is the way to go, and it will give access to the communities that we really need this type of corpus as well as research for them to get. I'm nearly their program director. In terms of grant funding, PanSALB can actively engage in grant writing and fundraising activities to secure financial resources for language and cultural projects. I'm pushing the envelope here because this is not really, and my chair sitting here, this is not really part of our strategy. But we're going to be having a workshop very early in the new year where we're going to be looking at what type of funding modalities we potentially can actually bring to the party so that we can start expanding the type of work that we are doing and giving better support into a lot of the projects that we believe we need to give greater impact and assistance into. Our organization coincidentally receives a lot of funding requests, and it is just my wish that we actually can, because once I've done a due diligence on it and I say, well, these projects looks good and it really does resonate with our mandate and we would like to support. And then I unfortunately often find myself having to close the door and saying, unfortunately, we don't have funding. But we need to shift our views in that and also look at better ways in which we can provide support. I'm nearly on the end. Technology integration. Mobile applications, etc. We all know, and you know, I've actually got a presentation where I just talk about the impact and the ability of what a mobile phone actually can do. And maybe sometime I must do that presentation, but you'll be quite surprised with the level of access, the ability to give immediate information, and the availability of students particularly to get access to it. But these are the type of things that we are encouraged to continue partnering with. This is my my penultimate slide. In terms of advocacy and awareness campaigns, PanSALB does actively initiate advocacy campaigns to raise awareness about the importance of linguistic and cultural resources. I must say that I've said this to my chair as well, that in my, and I don't want to give my age away now, that would be a problem, but let's just say 20 odd years plus, I've never had so many events participating in as I have in the last 6 months with PanSALB. And it really talks to us not only getting out messaging, but engaging with stakeholders and ensuring that the re-gearing and the reorientation and that we remain alive to the needs of all of our stakeholders. That was quite important for us to test all of that. Lastly, increased awareness leads also to greater public and private support for the resource mobilization efforts that we are intent on doing. I must just state in conclusion, Program Director, that I don't think the organization can claim the victories that it has achieved in recent times only to its own work. I think it's also through the work. And I must thank also, I think this would probably be the last time that I'll be engaging officially, particularly with the representatives from the various universities. I don't think there's a single university in attendance here that has not invited either myself or invited PanSALB over the last 12 months, let's put it, for various discussions, whether it be discourse with language or dealing with various issues. We appreciate that, but it has given us an opportunity and a lens to really get focus as to where the universities are going, how they would like to ensure that their language policies is adept and responsive to the needs of their communities and the students in which they serve. With that, Ngiyabonga. I hate this picture, by the way, and they keep on putting it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schulz. Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you for the good presentation. Quite Questions? Questions? 1, number 2. Okay, 3, the 4th one, the last one on the left-hand side. All right. All right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, in that order, please. I thought you the first one. Yes, ladies first. Yes, go on and yeah, make sure that your mic is on. Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Teacher's voice.
Oh.
Okay, I'm a PhD candidate here at UKZN, and I'm also the founder of the Global Forum for Literacy, where we provide a free platform for all resources. All the things that you are talking about is what is provided in the Global Forum for Literacy. The trick is everything is free because we use the social media sites completely as a platform, going out to 110 different countries. Now, I would love to partner with you on all your projects, but my main aim today is to tell you that any other person sitting in this room can do that with the language of their choice. This was a chosen project with UNESCO as a Lab 2030 project. And I would love to discuss this further with you. And these open resources are for homeschooling, university students, pre-service teachers, in-service teachers. And we just had a workshop this past weekend. I stood from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon with ECD teachers, teaching them how to use those resources and how to be better practitioners at teaching and learning in ECD centers. Now, I would love to bring forward a lot of the people sitting here that want to put those resources for free on the platform. But I'm saying to them as well that you can do this in any language you like, whether you want it in Zulu or, Venda, Swan or whatever. As a writer in South Africa for 35 years, that has been amazing progress in that area. And digital literacy is the way to go right now. I went on a residency to Iceland, sir, and I can tell you, they were so scared to even think about the digital platform. In case you don't know, it's a law there that they don't create this digital footprint. However, I assisted the libraries there to get onto the digital platform and start doing exactly what I have done as a blueprint within the Creative Cities Network. I am the ambassador for Durban for the Creative Cities Network. So work with me as well, just as I want to work with you, to bring in all these resources that we can spread to the rest of the world as well. And I must say, you do an amazing job at PenSAB because I have worked with them before. And the different languages that you brought forth, especially the new language, which is a forgotten Khoisan language that has recently been documented and put onto a digital platform. I think it's totally amazing, and congratulations on all the work that you do.
All right, thank you. The second hand, this side, you may go on, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kumbulani Mgati. I'm from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. My one is on two things. One, I would like to request the CEO of PenSAB to look into the issue of NLBs. We are talking about collaborations now. And on the part of UKZN, we have worked with PenSAB KZN for the past 10 years in developing terminologies. And now we are receiving requests from other universities to share our resources. So the challenge there is that we have worked with isiZulu NLB, and now we are going to be sharing these terminologies with other universities with the NLBs that we have not worked with. I would wish for you to engage the NLPs, in particular when it comes to norms and standards, because it will impact on the quality of the terminology that we are working on. So that will help us in ensuring that we all sing from the same hymn book. We all understand the norms and standards. We know what a technical committee does as opposed to what the National Language Body does when they are doing their verification and standardization. That will help us a lot. And then the last one, it's a general comment, Chair, that speaks to the sustainability of the language project. Now I'm talking about universities across the board. We need to think about income generation streams so that we can be sustainable, because at this rate, we can't be relying on UCDP or on DHEAD funding only, but we need to think creatively as to how we can use these indigenous languages in creating money in order to develop them further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last hand to this side. Okay, go on.
Thank you very much to the presenter from Pensa, Mr. Scott. That was quite an interesting presentation. What I want to highlight is that looking at the previous section, looking at the study which has been conducted, it's clear exactly what the priorities ahead are. And it's clear what it is that perhaps can be shared. So the creation of the platforms and so on, it's after having studied exactly what needs to be shared or which services need to be prioritized and so on. Universities South Africa has done similar work previously to advance early career researchers. The creation of platforms for sharing by all 26 universities in terms of capacity development in that area, in terms of creating mentoring sites in that area, and also in terms of infrastructure development, particularly in terms of advancing research. The National Research Foundation is there. The Department of Science and Innovation is there for funding this big project when it comes to research. It has been mentioned. So I do think that when we think of how to take what we have seen here forward, it's important that we look at the available resources. And I would like to pledge the support by Universities South Africa where necessary in terms of getting all the 26 universities to share whatever platforms. While we may not have the infrastructure, we do have the persuasion power at the level of the Vice-Chancellors at the least, so that they agree on whatever needs to be shared and so on. And where necessary, at least we can talk to government where possible on what really needs to be shared. What kind of infrastructure is required for that? And which institution among the institutions, be it in higher education institutions or the national institutions such as your NRF, or even USAP itself. As I'm saying, we've had to create digital platforms to share information among the universities. So for me, it's just to get us to think at that level, because I see one is coming up with this is where we are on the feasibility study, these are the priorities which have been identified from your side. This is what we can do, which I think I like. And I'm just putting forward what it is that we can do from our side. Thank you.
All right, Mr. CEO, I think you can just start with the CEO's questions.
Thank you very much. And also, I think the three persons that spoke, the common denominator there is a willingness to actually work together. And I think I appreciate that. And I dare say, actually, my response, I think, will be on behalf of myself and Sadila when it comes to this. And we're not going to say that PanSalB is going to be the panacea to deal with this in isolation. We actually have to work, and we deem Sadila to be the technology partner in terms of the work that lays ahead. To the first lady, thank you very much. I think your comment is noted. You spoke, I think, on behalf of this global forum, which provided a platform for open resource sharing, specifically focused on the various languages and the domains. And I appreciate also, I think you mentioned the program that ran with the ECD centers. And if I read you correctly, you indicated a willingness to actually work with us. I think that will be accepted absolutely, and we will set up that engagement between ourselves, and it will be with Sadila as well. We're very open to that. I must also state, and I think there was a slight suggestion, and as you mentioned, the country where there's a problem with them going open source, and there might have been legal or there might have been risk or something else. I'm not too much aware of it. We will always ensure that the laws and the regulations, specifically POPI Act and things like that, is complied with in everything that we do. And also we'll obviously be mindful of things like the type of cyber security measures that has to be put in place, so that information actually is valid, it's accurate, it's realistic, and it actually does serve the intended purpose for whoever the recipient is that is receiving the information. I just made a note here also, you said discussions must take place, and we'll gladly avail ourselves for that. The gentleman from UKZN, I didn't get the name. Okay, I'll take that. Spoke about a request for the NLU, I think in terms of developing, is it the NLBs, sorry. The terminology and lexicographical work and the impact that this could have also. I am aware, I think of, and I don't know if it's the same instance where there was a request from one of the other universities to work with you. But I think it's something that we have to actually take up on a bilateral basis so that I can just get an understanding for that. Because in the establishment of the YOLA and the norms and rules for the NLBs and even the NLUs, there's a very specific requirement that they'll either be contained within a geographical area or they'll serve a specific language requirement. And this goes for all of the work that they are doing. So whether it's the development of lexicographical work or whether it's something else that the NLBs, for example, are seized with doing. But I think it's something that we have to engage on because I'm aware more of something that has been rejected rather than something that's been mutually accepted. So I will gladly avail myself for that discussion. I think the last point that you spoke to is in terms of the sustainability of language and looking at income generating streams. And I think you were just emphasizing or underscoring something that I said earlier on about the importance for that. I also fear that, you know, when we look at some of our languages on the periphery, that no matter to what extent we are going to be doing, and let me use within the Khoisan group of languages and all of the dialects, etc., that comes in there, no matter how much resource we're putting into there, I fear that the decline and the degradation of those languages will continue unless there's a significant impetus put into there. And more so also having a look at the sustainability aspect. And that goes back to the points I made earlier on about the importance of corpus, status planning, acquisition planning, and prestige planning. And how do we ensure we embed that with those specific communities? So it's something we should be mindful of. in terms of the plans that we put in place. The last speaker spoke about the creation also of these type of digital platforms. I'm very glad that you had indicated that Yusuf had actually done projects like this before. It's always good that when work has been done before, that we try and look at lessons learned, that we try and adopt the type of practices so we don't make the same mistakes and we get better economies of scale. So I think it's something that we would want to get closer to. And you also indicated the importance of stakeholders such as the NRF, etc. In fact, I have engaged with the NRF also to come in with a lot of the work that we are wanting to do. And we're going to be doing a very broad stakeholder mapping and engagement strategy in terms of the type of partners that we would like to bring in to ensure that we get the funding and we get not always just funding that we're looking for. It can be other in-kind contributions that can be provided. But I do take umbrage, and I thank you also for the hand that you've extended, that Yusuf would pledge support. And I think it's something we need to bring in terms of our discussion that we would like to take going forward as well with Sedilla. Thanks. I think that responds to it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Schulz. Another round of applause, colleagues. All right. We are practically done with our program. Maybe before I call Professor Zungu, I also have some few comments, and the first one talks to national language bodies, Mr. CEO. I think one of the technical committees within NLBs is language in education. But when you check the terms of reference of that particular subcommittee, are more into basic education and are quite silent on higher education. So I think maybe there is a need to revisit the terms of reference so that they can address both basic education and higher education. And maybe another thing that should be considered from NLBs. Prof. Maseko earlier today talked about issues of missionaries, and indeed, colleagues, if you were to read literature, you check the historiographic analysis on the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government, you realize that there are some linguistic injustices that were done, incorrect classification of these languages and other issues. And some of those issues can be addressed when we do spelling and orthography rules, the revision of spelling and orthography rules. So I think is one of the things that should be done at that level. We do have competent NLB members who understand issues of language policy and planning. So I think it may be important for them to try to address those issues when they do spelling, when they revise the spelling and orthography rules, because as much as we are advocating for the use of South African indigenous languages within the higher education space and also in basic education, we should also take into consideration some of the socio-linguistic realities that are happening on the ground. There is one ethnic group and one royal house that advised one of the private schools in this country to get rid of an African language and teach students in the English language. So meaning that in that particular private school is English and Afrikaans, but the royal house, the ethnic group, that particular community was involved. But that community said, you know what, our students are not going to learn this language because this is not our language, referring to an African language. So I think NLBs should come on board there, especially when they revise orthography rules. And then one other thing, we And this is serious, colleagues. You go and check the work of Theodorus van Kemp. This is the missionary, one of the missionaries who was responsible for East Xhosa. You check the work of Alexander Merinsky. This is the missionary who was responsible for Chivenda and also Northern Sotho. Your Robert Moffat in the case of Setswana. You check all their work and their implications on some of the issues that we talked about today. And in one of the COPAL meetings, it was postulated that the senior provincial managers should attend COPAL meetings by invitation. And I'm happy that the chairperson of COPAL is here and the deputy chairperson of COPAL is here, and she's also the chairperson of the board. And it makes a perfect sense because it is important for the senior provincial managers to participate in the national discourse. We still have some universities that are struggling with language policy formulation, but the provincial manager is there, the PLC is there, PLC members are there, and these people have got the technical capacity to advise some of the universities that are struggling. And yeah, I think you have got a role to play there as PENSALP. And you touching on the issue of the resources. During the Alasa conference, the principal of the National School of Government, Professor Busani Ngaweni, and you see when we talk about Busani, these are the heavyweights of governance and public administration in the country. Busani talked about the importance of resources mobilization, and he postulated some great ideas. And I think it may be important for COPAL, PENSALP, and other relevant stakeholders to engage the likes of Busani on this issue. Earlier this year, during the BRICS academic conference that took place in Cape Town, and I think I was in the same session with our CEO, Dr. Matutu, and Mr. Simon Mutlanke from DHET. In that session, one of the delegates talked about the role that should be played by African languages and some of the indigenous languages within the BRICS countries. And that particular presentation was also linked to the resources. And these are some of the people who should be invited in some of these meetings so that we can be able to address the issue of resources. Some of the things, Mr. CEO, I think we will talk outside this meeting. Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. My sincere apologies that I exceeded with 30 minutes. But you learned something again, right? Yeah, you learned something. And Professor Zungu, please come on stage and do the honorable thing. And maybe before you come here, Prof. Zungu is my PhD promoter, Wako Vet. But she's at UJ now, and I'm not alone. Dr. Majola is also there. We completed our studies under Professor Zungu, and she's just a great supervisor. If you want to enroll your PhD in African languages, just follow her. Thank you. Thanks.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Yes, please. Thank you, Doctor. You didn't have to tell people that. Yeah, but thank you very much. Colleagues, before I became an academic, I was a teacher. So I'm looking at Dr. Ngombo Lapaya at the top. from UKZN, Edgewood campus. When I was doing my teacher training qualification, I learned one thing besides the content, that you read the room, you know, so when people are falling asleep, you keep it short. That's what I learned, Dr. Ngo. So I'm going to keep it short and to the point. Ngizoshaya ngesoka ngithi nje bese ngihlala phansi ukuze ngimenywe nakweminye imicimbi ngidume kahle ukuthi ngithi qapho qapho bese ngihlala phansi. No protocols are observed because I don't know what that means and I'm not a politician. I'm going to say, my esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. Oh, is it good evening? I don't know, I'm not sure. Yes, so before I do my key takeaways, I want to thank all my esteemed colleagues who presented thought-provoking content from this morning. I've already thanked Dr. Rahoho. He's my student. Oh, he was. Right. So thank you very much to my esteemed colleagues for presenting those thought-provoking presentations and content. We learned a lot today. So there was, as you saw from this morning, I'm not going to summarize or recapitulate what each speaker presented on today, which is what we usually tend to lean towards, like repeating what people said, because all of you were here. So I just want to highlight important things on their presentations and also show you where the synergies in their presentations and where the presentations were aligned. So what I picked up from the presentations of each speaker today was the overarching concepts that involved, one, the acknowledgement of African languages, African indigenous languages, that we need to acknowledge our African indigenous knowledges, that the students that we teach in most tertiary institutions, they should all have access to the knowledge that we construct as scholars, as academics, as people would deal with the impartation of knowledge. The next point was the promotion of multilingualism. We've been singing that hymn since, I don't know, the 1800s. So I'm glad to see Mrs. Ndima over there, because I used to work at the Department of Arts and Culture. Oh, I've worked everywhere. At the National Department of Arts and Culture in Pretoria. And we were talking about capacity building and the promotion of multilingualism. She'll remember in around 2008, 2009 there, but we're still singing the same hymn that we need to promote multilingualism. I don't know what's the holdup, because it should be promoted by now, but we're not there. I'm glad that the chief director is here to actually hear me say this. So another thing that I picked up from all the presentations was the fact that we need to establish partnerships, not just between institutions, but also with other stakeholders like the government departments, like your municipalities, et cetera, et cetera. But how are we going to do this? Because it's very easy to say, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to do. And also the importance, they emphasize the importance of monitoring and evaluation, because we do have UPensalp as I'm sorry, Mr. CEO, but as a watchdog over what we do when it comes to languages. But what are the practical steps that UPensalp is actually taking in making sure that they're monitoring and they're evaluating what is being done when it comes to the promotion of African languages and ensuring the parity of esteem when it comes to English and Afrikaans. Okay, and also another thing that I picked up was the recognition of the fact that English still has a hegemonic status over other languages, and how can we make sure that that is not the case going forward, instead of meeting here again in 15 years and still discussing the same things and coming up with the same solutions, or silly lamenting about the fact that English is still high up there. So those are the things that I picked up from all the presentations this morning. But I did highlight, or I did take into account what Professor Makalela talked when he spoke about translanguaging and how that is going to transform African languages per se, be it in teaching and learning within the classroom or outside the classroom, or even in the research that we conduct as scholars. So how can we use translanguaging to our advantage? Some language purists feel that translanguaging is to the detriment of African languages because they feel that translanguaging actually waters down our African languages. There's a paper that I wrote about students that were translanguaging and using speech accommodation theory to frame that study. And the findings there were that students actually, they feel accommodated when they arrived at a new environment like a university where they feel like they don't belong. And then they're there, now they have people that they can communicate with. And if they're English, as I'm doing right now. But the point that they're trying to make is actually put across, and they can understand each other, and they can get help from each other. So for the language purists, it's the argument Prof. Makalele always is, by translanguaging, we're watering our languages down. I don't know how, because you're putting a different language, a word from a different language here and there, but that doesn't mean that now my language is diluted. I don't know, but that's an argument that they put forward. So I did like what Prof. Masego spoke when she spoke about the infusion of African epistemologies into the curriculum to make sure that our students, they feel part of the curriculum that we develop. They can understand the content better from the infusion of African epistemologies rather. So that is very, very important, because when we're using African epistemologies, then our culture, our heritage is nuanced in that content, instead of just learning about foreign things that are too abstract for us to understand as Africans. So well, we all heard Professor Ensha talking about funding. And don't we all love money? And the CEO of PenSAP, Mr. Schultz, also talking about funding, that we may get some money from PenSAP. But I would say, because since we're talking about collaborations, we're talking about the practicality of collaborations. I think people like, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Prof, like Professor Makalela, somebody who can pay for students in the education. Oh, well, he's my former colleague at WITS. That's how I know so much about him. Okay, so he could pay for students in the School of Education, and also help out with our students on main campus and in the African Languages Department, and actually pay for our students from his funding. So we need such people to actually hold our hand and tell us and let us know, how can we source these fundings or these monies, and how can we write a winning proposal? Because some of us have no idea how to write a winning proposal. You just copy and paste from someone else something that is not relevant to the project that you want to work on, and then your proposal is just thrown into the bin, and then you don't understand why it didn't get a particular funding. But if you have people who have done this before for a number of years, and they know exactly ukuthi bangqongqoze kiphi iminyango, I'm translanguaging Prof. Makalele, bangqongqoze kiphi iminyango in order to get that funding. That's what we need to do as academics and as scholars, also because we are collaborating. So I liked what Ms. Kachwa, when she highlighted the challenges of deaf students, because most of us, we've seen deaf students in our lecture rooms, but we don't fully understand the challenges that they go through. You see a deaf student with a guide dog or with an interpreter, and then they put a tape in front of you and they're recording you. You don't really understand what goes on behind the scenes and what challenges they are really faced with when they ask you for an extension each and every day because they couldn't submit. So thank you very much for that presentation, because now we have an idea of what they actually go through, and the fact that they have to choose an interpreter, and sometimes that is not even possible for them to get an interpreter they they actually want. So those are the things that I took from your presentation. Thank you very much. And when Ms. Combrink spoke about a call to work together, I think all our speakers, they were touching on that we need to work together, but how are we going to work together? And so did Prof. Kumalo. We used to work together with Prof. Kumalo when he was at UKZN. We worked closely with him. But now that he's at now he's usengaphesheya komfula Prof, and it's very difficult to get hold of him. So yes, I did take that with me, Prof, that yeah, we need to have a functional, collaborative, innovative framework that's going to help us work together as tertiary institutions, as academics, as scholars, and as individuals. And also we need to take, we have to have intentional action towards the parity of esteem and making sure that our languages are actually on par with Afrikaans and English, and that we identify the available resources that will be helpful in the implementation of language policies. So thank you, Prof. Van Dijk, for that meaningful thought. And that there has to be resource sharing, and there has to be establishment of digital platforms, as the CEO of the Pan South African Language Board highlighted, and that, well, they may help us set up those digital platforms. So some institutions are far ahead of others in different things. Like UKZN, even when I was at the University of the Witwatersrand, I was using their term banks for my students who are writing their thesis in isiZulu, because they're so far ahead of the rest of us. And what they're doing at the Northwest University in Wisatila, there are a lot of other resources that we actually from them from time to time, but that we enjoy from them from time to time to make sure that our students actually are ahead of others. So my deductions from what I've just given Dr. Rahoho, as I'm about to sit down. Yeah, so my deductions, I'm going to pose two questions that are food for thought. I want you to take this home and think about this. I don't have answers. Okay, the first question is, how do we construct knowledge as scholars, as academics, while ensuring that all our students have equal access without prejudice? And the operative word there is equal. Can we ensure that our students have equal access and without prejudice? Is that even possible? Is it feasible with the resources we have at our disposal? The second question that I want to pose to you, and that I want you to think about, is that how do we ensure that our students can actually experience, the operative word being experience, the inclusivity and social cohesion we are talking about? So the Constitution is preaching inclusivity, social cohesion. We are also preaching the same. Okay, so how are we going to ensure that our students can actually experience that at different tertiary institutions? Because there has to be a symbiotic relationship between academics and students, okay? But that the relationship, it has to be aligned with the vision and the mission of an institution and the proper language policy framework. So those are the things that we need to make sure that whilst we're looking at the implementation of language policies and the promotion of the multilingualism exercise, but our students are not left behind. We're not only just researching and writing papers on such, but there is some practical side of things. We're not just theorizing, because I know most of us are academics. As I'm speaking, you're busy coming with a theoretical framework to frame what I'm saying. But I know you're doing that, and you're busy problematizing what I'm saying and coming with a hypothesis. But we need to be more practical as to how are we going to do that. We may have good theories and good research designs, but how are we going to ensure that this is all done and it is to the benefit of the students? Okay, so the most important thing that I want to highlight is the inclusion of the African indigenous knowledge systems to our curriculum. We have to make sure that that happens. right? And also that the fact that each institution is working together with other institutions, you know, so the practicality of working together, my collaborations, stop working in silos. The very nature of our academic work is that we work in silos. You go to your office, you lock yourself in, you're writing or you're reading or you're doing that. That's why we have consultation hours or consultation times stuck on our doors, because we don't want to be disturbed outside of those consultation hours. So by its very nature, our job is that it's isolating. That's why it's very easy for academics to be depressed, because you're working in isolation. You're not talking to people most of the time. You're talking to yourself, and you read the books you write, which is in and of itself a bit. Right. So we have to make sure that the templates that are developed in collaboration with other institutions. Guys, there are institutions here who are coming up with brilliant ideas, who are doing brilliant things because they have, like in my institution, the University of Johannesburg, we are 4IR compliant, you know, the future is reimagined. So we're doing a lot of nice things, but if we're not inviting people from other institutions, all of that is in vain. So the only institution that is actually non-discriminatory is the University of KwaZulu-Natal, not because it's my alma mater, because that's a fact, that they will invite anyone from different institutions to say, come, we have this meeting on this day. If you're available, just come and be with us. But in some institutions, we don't get invited. Well, I will invite you now to the University of Johannesburg. But you have to provide your own food. Right. So, yeah. So as I said, the last point that I wanted to make was the fact that, yes, we do need to know how to source funding, Prof. Makalele. And really, maybe in one of the meetings, you'll have to tell us how you do this, because your funding is amazing. My students have benefited from it. So in conclusion, we have to come up with multimodal collaborative approaches, and we have to share resources. That's the most important thing, that we have to share resources. We have to develop terminologies that promote social cohesion and inclusivity, and make sure that our students actually benefit from that. And it's not just good on paper, so that we can expedite the transformation of African languages, and that we give our students an opportunity to access knowledge in languages they can understand and they can relate to. Most importantly, we have to ensure the parity of esteem for all South African languages. Ngiyabonga, ngiyathemba ngishaye ngamafuphi. Okay, I have an announcement, Ismemezelo, that firstly, we're 51 minutes late, but it's fine. The cocktail party is outside, here in the foyer right now. It will end at 8. So those people who are going to Coastland, your shuttle will be here at 8. Or from 7:30. So you go out, you single and mingle and network, and then at 7:30, the shuttle to Coastland will be here. Don't get left behind. We're not in Durban, we're in Westville. So don't get lost. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga.